I have noticed with dismay the trend of members making running commentaries in contravention of Standing Order 2042H of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021. In that regard, I urge honorable members to desist from this practice, which tends to disrupt the member on the floor and also disrupt the smooth flow of business of the House. I thank you. The second ruling is in relation to a point of order that was raised on Friday, 10th March 2023 by Honorable M. Haimbe SC, Minister of Justice, against Mr. E. Tembo, Member of Parliament for Feira constituency, for misleading the nation by alleging that the Republican President had not spoken clearly on the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and intersex LGBTQ. Well. When you don't like something, that's what happens. LGBTQI writes that no action had been taken on the matter. Honorable members will recall that on Friday, 10th March 2023, when the House was considering the motion of thanks to the President's address on national values and principles, and Mr. E. Tembo MP was on the floor, Honorable M. Haimbe, State Council, Minister of Justice, raised a point of order against Mr. E. Tembo, Member of Parliament for Feira constituency, pursuant to Standing Order 65-1B. In his point of order, Honorable M. Haimbe, State Council MP, inquired on the following. 1. Whether Mr. E. Tembo MP was in order to mislead the House and nation by alleging that the Republican President did not clearly speak on the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex LGBTQI rights. And 2. Whether Mr. E. Tembo MP was in order to mislead the House that the Zambia police had failed to execute its duties by charging persons who had participated in the demonstration on Saturday, 4th March 2023, with giving false information to police officers and leave out the real charge. In his immediate response, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker reserved his ruling. I have since studied the matter and I will now render the ruling. Honorable members, I wish to begin by giving a background to what gave rise to Honorable M. Haimbe, State Council MP's point of order. On Friday, 10th March 2023, during his debate on the motion of thanks to the President's address on national values and principles, Mr. E. Tembo MP stated that the issue of LGBTQIs in the country had been debated by the House and people had started demonstrating. He then stated that the demonstrators had been arrested and charged with giving false information to police officers and not the real charge. He alleged that the United Party for National Development, UPND, had not been strong on LGBTQIs, hence the demonstration on Saturday, 4th March 2023. He indicated that there was need to issue a very strong statement on LGBTQI rights as previous governments had done. He stated that previous presidents had issued statements and clarified that LGBTQI rights could not be recognized in Zambia and talked about persons who sponsored the LGBTQI movement. Honorable members, I will now address the two aspects of the point of order seriatim. 1. Whether Mr. E. Tembo MP was in order to mislead the nation by alleging that the Republican President did not speak against LGBTQI rights. Honorable members, our standing orders require that whatever a member states in the House should be factual, verifiable, and substantiated. In that regard, as correctly put in the point of order, Standing Order 65-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021 on content of speech states as follows. 65-1. A member who is debating shall be ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. End of quote. Honorable members, a perusal of the verbatim record of the House for Tuesday, 7th March 2023, reveals that the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable J.J. Mwimbu MP, in responding to a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. C. Andeleki, Member of Parliament for Katombola constituency, gave the government's position on the demonstration that transpired on 4th March 2023. Honorable J.J. Mwimbu MP informed the Speaker that the President had publicly made his position known that he would not support gayism in all its forms and that he was a Christian who conformed to all Christian values. He further stated that the UPND did not support gayism and that it was preposterous, mischievous, and unsavory for any individual in the country to suggest that the President of the Republic of Zambia and the UPND condoned gayism in the country. Honorable members, in view of the foregoing, it is clear that Mr. Itembo, MP, made a statement that was not supported by any documentary or cogent evidence as envisaged by Standing Order 65. Honorable members, making such unsubstantiated statements has the potential to mislead the House and the public at large. In view of the foregoing, Mr. Itembo MP breached Standing Order 65-1B and was therefore out of order. 2. Whether Mr. Itembo MP was in order to mislead the House that the Zambia Police Service had failed to correctly charge the persons who participated in the demonstration of Saturday, 4th March 2023. Honorable members, the second limp of Honorable Haimbe State Council MP's point of order was to the effect that Mr. Itembo MP misled the House by stating that the Zambia Police Service had failed to correctly charge the persons who participated in the demonstration of Saturday, 4th March 2023. Honorable members, I wish to point out that Mr. Itembo MP made the statement without any evidence and therefore his statement was unsubstantiated. To that extent, Mr. Itembo MP's statement had the potential to mislead the House and the public at large. In view of this, Mr. Itembo MP breached Standing Order 65-1B and was therefore out of order. Honorable members, I have observed a growing trend of members making unsubstantiated statements on the floor. I wish to take this opportunity to urge members to desist from that. Please ensure that only factual and verifiable information is brought to the House for the benefit of the House and the general public whom we serve. I thank you. The third and the last one relates to a complaint that was lodged by Mr. S. Kampiongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu constituency, against members of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services who voted against the committee's report on Friday, 16th December 2022. I order Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and El Mwene MP to stand by their seats. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that on Tuesday, 28th Friday 2023, my office received a letter of complaint from Mr. S. Kampiongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu constituency, against Mr. M. Chinkuli, Member of Parliament for Kanyama constituency, and Mr. El Mwene, Member of Parliament for Mangango constituency. The complaint alleges that Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and Mr. El Mwene MP voted against the report of the Committee on Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services when they were members of the committee. In order to confirm whether the two members of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services voted against their report as alleged, I had recourse to the voting register of 16th December 2022. Honorable members, a perusal of the voting register confirmed that Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and Mr. Elmwen MP indeed voted against the special report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services. In line with parliamentary practice and procedure, and in accordance with the rules of natural justice, on Wednesday, 15th March 2023, the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to Mr. Chinkuli MP and Mr. Elmwene MP requesting them to state their side of the story. In response, Mr. M. Chinkuli MP responded by stating that he had pressed on the no button in error instead of the yes. Instead of the yes button on the Bosch gadget in the chamber. He added that efforts to change his vote proved futile as the Bosch system allegedly malfunctioned, and eventually the voting closed when the bell rang. He added that he regretted the error and endeavored to be careful when voting electronically using modern technology. In that regard, he requested the Honorable Madam Speaker to consider the matter in light of his apology. Further, Mr. Elmwene MP admitted that he voted against the report and explained that he voted as he did because after reflecting on the report, his conscience could not allow him to vote for it. He, however, sought forgiveness as he was a first offender. Honorable members, the complaint raises the issue of a member of a committee voting against a report of a committee he or she belongs to, contrary to the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021. 2021. Standing Order 185, 3 and 4 are instructive on the matter and provide as follows, I quote 185, 3. A member of the committee shall not dissent from or vote against the recommendations contained in the committee's report. 4. The Speaker may refer the matter of a member that dissents from or votes against a report under paragraph 3 to the Committee on Privileges and Absences or take an appropriate action against such member. Honorable members, it is clear that Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and Mr. L. Mwene MP voted against the recommendations of the report of a committee they belonged to, contrary to our standing orders. In view of this, honorable members, I find Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and Mr. L. Mwene MP were in breach of parliamentary privilege and in contempt of the House, and therefore out of order. However, I take cognizance of the fact that the two members are first offenders, relatively new members in the House, and were apologetic for their conduct. Therefore, have decided to exercise lenience and admonish them in accordance with Section 28(1)(b) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia. I now wish to address the two members. Mr. M. Chinkuli MP and Mr. Elmwene MP, your conduct of voting against a report of a committee to which you are members is a breach of parliamentary privileges and a contempt of the House. As members of the committee, you had the opportunity to interact with the relevant witnesses and make recommendations on the matter as a committee based on consensus. You are also aware that our rules do not permit a minority report. Therefore, the report of the committee is that therefore, the report of the committee is that of all its members. It was therefore extremely inappropriate for you to vote against a report that you were part of. In this regard, the House is extremely displeased with your conduct. It is hoped that in future you will endeavor to abide by the rules of the House and avoid such conduct. Please bear in mind that a repetition of such conduct will attract a stiffer penalty. I now order you, Mr. M. Chinkuli, MP, and Mr. L. Mwene, MP, to apologize to the House. Mr. M. Chinkuli, MP, will render his apology first, and then Mr. L. Mwene, MP, will render his. Thereafter, then both of you can resume your seats. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, I, Monty Chinkuri, in my personal capacity and in my capacity as a Member of Parliament for Kanyama constituency, do unreservedly apologize to this August House for voting against the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, to which I am a member when the report of the committee was being adopted by the House. Madam, having reflected on my conduct, which amounts to a breach of parliamentary privileges and the contempt of the House, I wish to assure you, Madam, and the August House, that from now on, I shall endeavor to ensure that I familiarize myself with the voting system so that I do not vote against a report of the committee to which I belong in the contravention of the rules of this House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Remain standing, Honorable Chinkoli.
Madam Speaker, I, Luhamba Mwene, in my personal capacity and in my capacity as earlier Member of Parliament for Mangango constituency, do unreservedly apologize to this August House for voting against the report
Honorable members.
Against the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, to which I am a member when the report of the committee was being adopted by the House. Madam, having reflected on my conduct, which amounts to a breach of parliamentary privileges and contempt of the House, I wish to assure you, Madam, and the August House, that from now on, I shall endeavor to ensure that I do not vote against a report of the committee to which I belong in contravention of the rules of this House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. You may now resume your seats.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, we have a lot of work. I've seen that there are 3 matters of urgent public importance. We have a lot of work. Order, order. Order, honorable members. We have a lot of work. If you need to have more time to debate any item, please let's move quickly, because I have order of proceedings which I have to run through very quickly. Matters of urgent public importance, there are 2 now, Honorable Member for Nyimba and Honorable Member for Mpika. We start with Honorable Member for Nyimba. What's the matter of urgent public importance?
Human animal conflict. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter of public urgency importance goes to the Minister of Infrastructure. Madam Speaker.
Sorry, let me just check my. I think today we are skipping matters of urgent public importance. It's not on there on the order paper. Oh, let me just check. It will come later, sorry. We have, for now, there is a notice of motion by Her Honor the Vice President, sorry. Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Orders 27 and 15 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such completion, the House do adjourn sine die.
The question is that Standing Orders 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such completion the House do adjourn sine die. Any debate? Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 27 provides for automatic time of adjournment, while Standing Order 115 prohibits consideration of more than one stage of a bill at the same sitting. This motion seeks to suspend these two standing orders so that all business on the order paper for Friday, 31st March 2023 is concluded and thereafter adjourn sine die. Madam Speaker, let me now give a synopsis of the business the House has considered thus far. The House has sat for a total of 27 days. The House has considered approximately 161 questions, 4 motions to adopt parliamentary committee reports, 2 motions to adopt reports on parliamentary delegations to international conferences, as well as 3 private members' motions. Additionally, the House debated the motion of thanks to His Excellency, the President's special address on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. Further, Madam, the House has passed 7 bills and 15 ministerial statements explaining and clarifying government policies on various issues have also been issued in the House. Furthermore, 7 annual reports from government and quasi-government departments have been tabled. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the above statistics that although the House sat for a relatively short period, the volume of business transacted is large. This is attributed to the commitment, dedication, and hard work of all honorable members of this august House. I, therefore, wish to commend all honorable members for the job well done. Madam Speaker, as we take this break, I wish to urge all honorable members to take time and visit their constituencies and assess the situation on the ground with regard to the food security and damaged infrastructure as a result of the natural disasters. Honorable members should bring to the attention of the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, which falls under my office, all affected areas for possible assistance. Having said that, allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank you, the first Deputy Speaker and the second Deputy Speaker, for the able manner in which you presided over the business of the House. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly and his staff, the Office of the Vice President, Parliamentary Business Division, and officers from various government ministries and departments for the services rendered to ensure that the meeting was a success. Madam Speaker, allow me to wish all honorable members and indeed the entire nation happy Easter holidays. Madam, this is a procedural motion and I urge all honorable members to support it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that Standing Orders 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such completion, the House do adjourn sine die. Any further debate? Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments on a procedural motion moved by Honor the Vice President to suspend Standing Orders 27 and 115 of our Standing Orders 2021. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this is a non-controversial motion, and we are in support of the motion. However, just to make a few observations, Your Honor, the Vice President, yes, indeed, we acknowledge the business that has been transacted, but we would want to express our concerns, knowing that this session was dedicated to legislation. It's a legislative session. And so suspending Standing Orders 115 in this session would not have been an ideal situation, because all the bills that we were supposed to transact should have come in time, because you as the executive must have known and must have planned ahead of this session, because it's dedicated to legislation. This issue of considering bills at the tail end of the session is posing a challenge, Madam Speaker, because honorable members need to have ample time to study these bills, apply their minds to these bills, so that when a bill is passed for the presidential assent to become an act of parliament, all members could have participated well informed, other than rushing through the conclusion of the bills. So, Madam Speaker, going forward, we would like the executive to be more proactive in planning for sessions, because the calendar of this institution is very well known. That said, Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the responsibility assigned to us as we go back to our constituencies to see our people. Indeed, our people are in distress in most areas, Madam Speaker, and the issue of food security is a matter of concern, because this is a period we expect that our people could be having fresh crops, and that we expect them to be well nourished. But unfortunately, you have seen in many areas your citizens queuing up for their staple food, which is mealie meal. And this mealie meal is going at very expensive various prices, which we need collectively to find a way of cushioning our people, because in many areas, this is beyond our people's means. So we agree with you. The disasters, it's the same. Most of the areas, if you talk about Mchinga province, which was one of the areas affected by the effects of the cyclone Freddy, we have got a lot of washaways. And what will be important is for you, through you, Your Honor, the Vice President, to activate all the disaster coordinating teams, starting from the provinces up to the district level, so that we go and partner with them to go on the ground and ensure that most of these washaway crossing points are attended to, so that our people are not cut off from accessing services, government services such as health and other very important services. Madam Speaker, we also want to honor the Vice President to ensure that we, as members of Parliament, are kept abreast with what is happening just across the road. Ideally, we could have expected the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs to come with a ministerial statement to share with the Guest House the details of the summit on democracy which is going on, so that we could have known how the participation was going to be structured. As it is, we are all blank, and it's very difficult for us to go and share with our people the information pertaining to this summit that we as Zambia are co-hosting with other countries. Lastly, Madam Speaker, just to appreciate the presiding officers and our cracks desk for the manner in which they've discharged their functions. Yes, we need some areas to be improved, and we shall take advantage of this time we are revising the standing orders so that there can be harmony between the presiding officers and the entire membership of this August House, and that we transact business without acrimony, we transact business with mutual respect as people's representatives, and ensure that we represent our people in an environment which is conducive enough for all of us to coexist. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support the suspension of the standing orders, but unreservedly, the 115, I still feel it shouldn't have been suspended, knowing the ample time that we had to consider the bills, and that we should do business here systematically. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the executive has taken note of the comments that have been made by Honorable Member for Shwangando. With regards to the ministerial statement on the Democracy Summit, there was a request for ministerial statement, but because one of the honorable members here had raised a question which had been approved, so that ministerial statement could not be admitted. In any case, that issue is going to be discussed today. So honorable members will go with the information. So nothing has been lost. Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. So I'll call on Her Honor the Vice President to wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honorable member who has spoken on this non-controversial procedural motion. I appreciate what he has said, and Madam Speaker, I think you have given ample guidance on what has happened. I know that this House also, I know it may not be a court of law, but there is precedence. Colleagues, when you see things moving a little slow, it's not intentional not to do so. I think we have had, particularly the Honorable Whip of the opposition, is aware of certain, work of Parliament being done in one day, because it had to be done, I think, according to the executive. You remember the constitution issue. It is not that we want to do things at the last minute, but because of the amount of work that you have covered, and indeed the executive and running. I think on the last one, Madam, as you have said, there will be a short interaction on the event, particularly the one which is going on just across. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Standing Orders 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such completion, the House do adjourn sine die. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. So we have finished. So those honorable members who wanted to raise matters of urgent public importance, there were two, honorable member for Nyimba and Mpika, yes. So we start with honorable member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter of public urgence. Madam Speaker, my matter of public urgent importance goes to the Minister of the matter goes to the Minister of Madam Speaker, it goes to the Minister of Infrastructure Development. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure has brought misery to our constituents. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure, his team has failed to manage and supervise the people constructing the World Bank roads. As a result of this, Madam Speaker, we are having women delivering on the way to the hospitals. Because the other side of the road, Madam Speaker, the river burst. We had the banks of the river burst. On the other side, we had issues to do with the culverts, which the contractor did the shadow work. Madam Speaker, we
Order, honorable members. Shorty, honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order.
Madam Speaker, we have a problem, especially when we've got people who come from Chinsali and they smoke a certain type of weed that gives them a problem. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, we proceed. Maybe you can take your seat. We have a lot of work that we need to do, and I know honorable members would want to have sufficient sufficient time to debate some items that are on the order paper. So if we are going to squander time and then we rush through certain items, please don't blame the presiding officer. So it's up to us to manage our time. Help me to manage the time properly. And as you raise your matter of urgent public importance, please be specific to the point and do it quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your advice. Madam Speaker, we have a road from Petauke to Msanzala up to Chieftainess Mwapes area. In addition to that, we've got a road from Nyimba to Chieftainess Mwapes area. Thanks to the Ministry of Local Government, who really helped us to acquire a boat for the crossing point at Mvuvya River. But because of the current of the river, sometimes you cannot use that boat. And when we checked on the previous road we used to use from, the other road we used to use from Petauke via Msanzala to Chieftainess Mwapes area, we found that because it was a newly constructed road, and we find that the culverts, Madam Speaker, the contractor didn't do a good job. As a result, Madam Speaker, a good number of crossing points were washed out. About 3 crossing points are out. And Madam Speaker, I couldn't take this case to the Vice President office because it was not a disaster. It's by the failure of a contractor to do the job. Madam Speaker,
Well, just on that point, Honorable Member for Nyimba, I think that is a matter that you can follow up with the Honorable Member or Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. As we have indicated and guided previously, please do not wait until you raise a matter of urgent public importance on the floor of this House. Always take an initiative as a Member of Parliament to ensure that you make the necessary follow-ups. So that matter does not even qualify to be raised as such, as a matter of urgent public importance. As guided, please make a follow-up with the Honorable Minister responsible for that area. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for
Okay, let's talk. Let's come to my chambers, then we'll discuss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance pursuant to Standing Order number 134, directed at the Minister of Transport and Logistics. Madam Speaker, most recently government announced to the nation that it had released money meant for Tazara workers. Later, Madam Speaker, it has been revealed that only 50 million kwacha was released. That two information, Madam Speaker, sent Tazara retirees into panic mode because they don't know where they are going to receive full amounts or they are going to receive partial amounts. They have gone to ZISC, some have gone to ZISC, and they haven't been given a satisfactory answer. The nation had expected, more especially Tazara workers, the Minister of Transport to issue a ministerial statement and give the correct position on the matter. Madam Speaker, I therefore seek your indulgence on the same matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, Honorable Member from Pika, that is a matter that the government is aware of and is working on and has even released some money. The best that can happen is for you as a Member of Parliament to go and liaise with the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics and find a solution so that you can advise the people that are affected so that they don't go into panic mode that you are talking about. Some of these issues, honorable members, we can attend to them. And when you attend to them in that way, you will be able to deal with them faster. And your people will be happy with the kind of service that you are rendering. So let's make progress. That concludes matters of urgent public importance. We now go to, I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources to make a ministerial statement.
Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to make a ministerial statement on the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties, known as COP15, to the Convention on Biological Diversity that was held from 7th to 19th December 2022 in Montreal, Canada. The first part of the COP15 was held in October of 2021 in Kunming, the People's Republic of China, both physically and virtually. The second part was initially supposed to be held in the same country in April and May 2022, but it was ultimately moved to Montreal, Canada, due to the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. Madam Speaker, although the conference took place in Canada, the People's Republic of China, through His Excellency, Mr. Han Renqiu, Minister of Ecology and Environment, held the presidents of COP15. Approximately 16,000 participants attended the conference session and parallel events, representing governments, United Nations and international organizations, indigenous peoples and local communities, non-governmental organizations, academia, and the public sector. Zambia was represented by a delegation of 15 participants, composed of 13 government delegates and 2 delegates from non-governmental organizations. The delegation was supported by the Zambian mission in Canada. The 5th session of the Conference of the Parties also served as the 4th meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and the 10th meeting of parties to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. Madam Speaker, the Convention on Biological Diversity is an international legal instrument for the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of the genetic resources that have been ratified by 196 nations so far. Zambia signed the convention on the 11th June 1992 and ratified it on the May 20th, 1993. The Conference of the Parties to the Convention adopts decisions to facilitate global response to halt biodiversity loss and restore it to the desirable levels in order for biodiversity to contribute to the global sustainable development goals as well as country-specific socio-economic development. Specifically, every conference of the parties meetings reviews the implementation of the convention and its 2 treaties, the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. The Conference of Parties meetings also looks at the progress in global biodiversity finance, capacity building, technology transfer, scientific cooperation and involvement of local communities in the sustainable utilization of biodiversity. Madam Speaker, biodiversity is a source of essential resources ecosystem function that sustain human life, including food production and purification of air. However, prior to COP15 global assessments on biodiversity and ecosystem services have shown that the world has been losing biodiversity, the variety of all life on Earth, at an alarming rate. These global assessments indicate that 1 million plant and animal species are threatened with extinction, while genetic diversity is disappearing. Therefore, the COP15 in Montreal, Canada, was being held with a major objective of adopting a decision on ambitious and transformative post-2020 Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, famously called the GBF, that aims to halt and reverse the global biodiversity loss by 2030. Madam Speaker, there were various decisions that COP15 adopted that will support the implementation of the post-2020 Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. However, the following were and are still standing as the most prominent ones that are important at international and national level. 1. A decision on monitoring framework for the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. 2. The decision on mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting, and review for the post-2020 Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Number 3, a decision on capacity building and development and technical and scientific cooperation. 4, a decision on an ambitious resource mobilization strategy. And 5, a decision on benefit sharing from the use of genetic resources and its derivatives, such as digital sequence information, called DSI, on genetic resources. Madam Speaker, these decisions at COP15 urged parties and other governments and organizations to implement the following major issues by 2030. 1, to implement the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and enable participation at all levels of government. 2, to cooperate at transboundary, region, and international levels in the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and to ensure the respect of rights and involvement of local communities. 3, parties to the convention to mobilize at least $200 billion per year by 2030 from all sources, domestic, international, public, and private, to implement the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Of these $200 billion, developed countries to increase their international finance flow for biodiversity by at least $20 billion per year by 2025, and to at least $30 billion per year by 2030 to support least developed countries such as Zambia to achieve their national biodiversity plans. 4, ensure at least 30% of areas of degraded terrestrial and inland water and coastal and marine ecosystems are under effective restoration. And lastly, ensure at least 30% of terrestrial, inland water, and of coastal and marine areas are effectively conserved and managed, among others. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure our full and effective participation at COP15, the Zambian delegation participated in a high-level segment on 15th December, where the country delivered Zambia's statement to COP15 by highlighting, among others, Zambia's position on the targets of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, capacity building for least developed countries, and the need to establish a global biodiversity fund, and the importance of promoting synergies such as climate change and biodiversity. The country also held a press conference in a quest to inform a wider audience on Zambia's key positions for COP15. The Zambian delegation also engaged in various engagements which were considered key to Zambia's participation at the COP15. Some of these included bilateral meeting with Conservation International, participation in a high-level side event organized by European Union, a visit by the delegation to the United Nations Environment Programme stand, and also making a presentation on Zambia's status on managing invasive alien species at a side event organized by the CABI and the Interagency Liaison Group on invasive alien species. Some of the bilateral engagements provided a platform for the country to mobilize resources and a plan for future collaboration with the parties in the area of biodiversity, conservation, and protection. For example, Global Environment Facility, GEF, through United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, will soon be providing the government of the Republic of Zambia through my ministry, a great amount to 115.86 US dollars to implement a project titled Early Action Support Project to help the country prepare for the implementation of the post-2020 program biodiversity framework. The ministry has so far submitted all the prerequisite documents to facilitate disbursement of the funds by UNEP. This project will involve, among other activities, undertaking the national ecosystem assessment to create a baseline of information on the current status of our country's biodiversity and ecosystems, the review of the 2015 National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan to align it to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and the 8th National Development Plan, among other inputs. Madam Speaker, the opportunity that COP15 offered cannot be underestimated. With the decisions adopted at COP15, such as those on financial resources and resource mobilization, Zambia stands a high chance of receiving financial support for the implementation of programs and projects on biodiversity. For the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, my ministry, in this regard, intends to enhance coordination in the natural resources sector by involving all government and society, since biodiversity is cross-cutting. The ministry also intends to raise the steering committee on biodiversity to the permanent secretary's level to enhance compliance of the ministries in reporting on the targets of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which is the main policy instrument for implementing the global framework. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the minister has given a mouthful statement. That to me calls for ecological intelligence. And when we look at what the minister has given, it takes in ministries like Minister of Mine, Green Economy, Mining, Agriculture, Livestock, Water, and many more, because it talks about groundwater and many other factors. I want to find out from the minister whether government has developed a localized framework to domesticate so that they have got an interministerial approach to the resolutions.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and in my speech I said the framework has been weak in Zambia. That's why we need to do a review. Indeed, we shall look into it very, very critically so that other components and other agencies are collaborated with. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Minister, I know that from COP15 to COP27, a good amount of money have been pledged by the developed countries that they will help out. If you look at our marine species today, they're in danger, and they might be wiped out from their seas or their lakes. My question to you, Minister, when you are sitting in your caucus as caucus of ministers, have you tried to ask the pledges, where these pledges, we are talking now from $1 billion to $200 billion. Have you asked yourself, forget about the $251 million you've told us, When you sit with those people coming from developed countries, pledging, because they are the major destroyers of ecosystems and everything in this planet Earth. If you sat down and tell them that we need headquarters of this in Addis Ababa or Lusaka, so that we can control, or when they do the pledges, they give us those pledges, we can see how we can utilize the pledges to this continent, Africa, or to our country, Mother Zambia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honorable. I think that's why it was very important for the Zambian government to participate. And again, I've mentioned that we are upgrading the status from wherever it is to permanent secretary level, so that a higher decision is undertaken, and also to participate in this group of meetings so that we become part and parcel to whatever is being decided. And also we are going to review whatever is pertaining at the moment to take into consideration what you are raising. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for this statement. Honorable Minister, as you are aware, we are talking about sectors being affected, such as forestry, wildlife, and water. And economic drivers come to play a critical role in this regard. Agriculture in particular contributes about 90% to forest cover loss in this country. And of course, this is due to subsistence and commercial farming. Honorable Minister, what measures are we taking as a country to ensure that we safeguard, especially rural areas, which depend heavily on agriculture, so that as we roll out, whether it's a weak local frameworks, etc., as we strengthen our frameworks, we do not endanger or we do not sacrifice rural farming activities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchivia. Indeed, working in collaboration with other ministries such as green economy, agriculture, we need actually to sensitize the whole entire nation. This is one area which we are just packed, but now we need to reactivate it so that we can go countrywide to sensitize people on the importance of the biodiversity. We thank you very much for that contribution.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And Minister, thank you so much for the ministerial statement. I just wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, during your statement on the same COP15, you stated that a project, area action support, will be undertaken in this country. May you state when this project will be undertaken and how Zambia stands to benefit? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much for that question. We said we have put in place or whatever is required for financing. Whatever project you want to undertake in government, it requires financing. And financing is almost there, owing that this government was completely depleted. We need other finances coming in. This $254,000 is coming in. One is to review the policy, two, to put all mechanism in place, and Zambia will benefit greatly for interaction with other countries and what have you to know the gaps that needs to be addressed. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Lands. Honorable Minister of Lands, the unit under your ministry that is responsible for issues of biodiversity has got duties that are very much linked to the work that the Ministry of Green Economy is currently doing in relation to issues of challenges of climate change I want to find out, are there plans or are there intentions by government to transfer that unit to the Ministry of Green Economy, which currently has got the strategic focus to deal with issues of the environment and biodiversity? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that question. I need to clarify one point. Minister of Lands and Natural Resources is the wider range, where you have got Minister of Water, Minister of Energy, Minister of Agriculture. They are all anchored to this ministry. Biodiversity is part of the natural resource. We are talking about sources of water. We are talking of many. That biodiversity actually is the totality of all living organisms, such as animals, fish, plants, and small living organisms like bacteria, among others. Wetlands. All these cannot be anchored on one ministry. Ministry of Green Economy, it has environment to deal with. It has environment and climate, completely different. This is a natural resource that where Minister of Green Economy can anchor. This department in this area, in Ministry of Lands, it encompasses actually what other ministries are doing. There is no harm wherever it is. We are one government and we can coordinate the activities. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, when do you think you are going to achieve the 30% of areas of degraded terrestrial, inland, and marine water ecosystems to be effective in its restorations? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. This one, Madam Speaker, it gives me an opportunity to answer Honorable Member of Parliament who asked when do we have the funds in the country. The funds actually in the country will be in within 2 weeks, so that we start now implementing what we are talking about. It is envisaged that within 2030 program, that will be achieved. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful. Minister, if I heard you correctly, you did mention that all participants agreed to raising a 200 billion US dollars towards the support of activities about these biodiversity and environment activities. My question to you is, I wanted to find out how much we pledged as Zambia, being a participant there. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, there are two categories here, the poor countries and developed countries. Zambia is at the bottom. I wouldn't give you the figure as such at the moment. This will be determined at certain conferences yet to sit. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I understand that the donors actually have pledged a lot of money. But if you look at the marine, our ecosystem in the marine, especially in Kafue Flats, you discover that there's an alien fish that has been introduced in our water bodies, and it is actually feeding on our local species, and that is tilapia. I wanted to find what measures have you put up in place so that you can start reversing this ecosystem that is being destroyed? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Working with our colleagues in other ministries, they are scientists, and with the money being available, I think we are going to start investigating such cases and refer them to the appropriate authorities for action. I thank you.
Thank you very much. A question for oral answer under Standing Order 76. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 247.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam. The Honorable Member from Pika, Honorable Francis Kapianga, has asked the Vice President whether the government is aware that the bridge on the Mwaleshi River between the Chikumbi and the Chishala areas in Mkungule Chiefdom in Mpika parliamentary constituents was washed away on 21st March, thereby making connectivity between the two areas impossible. And B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to restore connectivity in the area? Madam Speaker, in response, the government is aware that the bridge on Mwalesh River between Chikumbi and Chishala areas in Mkungule Chiefdom in Mpika parliamentary constituents was washed away on 21st March 2023, thereby disrupting normal flow of people, goods, and services. Following the occurrence of the incident, the Mpika District Disaster Management Committee and officers from the local authority conducted an assessment to ascertain the extent of damage to the bridge. The bridge will require reconstruction as the extent of damage is quite immense. The House may wish to note that Mwalesh Bridge is earmarked to be constructed under the Acro Bridge Program, Lot 3, and a contract was awarded to Buildcon Investment Limited. However, the bridge was not budgeted for in 2023 due to financial constraints. Madam Speaker, in view of what has happened to the bridge, the RDA Regional Office and DMMU in Muchinga Province are currently preparing the BOQ, Bill of Quantities, to undertake emergency works using a force account in order to restore connectivity. Further, the House may wish to note that Mpika District Disaster Management Committee engaged the Department of National Parks and Wildlife to allow the public to use an alternative route that passes through the game management area. Permission has since been granted by the Department of National Parks and Wildlife. The House may further wish to know that the route through the game management area is shorter than the Shuangandu route. To ensure the safety of people during movements in the GMA, the Department of National Parks and Wildlife has mobilized game scouts. This is in addition to an already existing alternative route that connects the cutoff points through the Great North Road, Shiwangandu district of Shiwangandu constituents. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Since this is a constituency-based question, I think we can go quickly through it. Supplementary questions, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate the response our Honor has given on this matter. Your Honor, indeed, like you have stated, this is a crossing point which is not only beneficial to the people of Pika constituency, but Shiwangandu as well, and the people of Chief Mukunguri Omwefu, the ones who will be affected more. I heard you saying the DMMU and RDA are planning to do emergency works using force account. Madam, Your Honor, the Vice President, this account is usually dry. Is there a possibility, Madam, Your Honor, that you can use the DMMU emergency funds other than the force account, because we are speaking from experience. It will be very difficult to undertake these emergency works using the force account of the province. Is there a possibility that you can consider falling back on the disaster management and mitigation unit in order for these works to be done expeditiously? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for that observation. The possibility is always a possibility, but how soon would that be? This bridge, we are talking of Accra Bridge. Accra Bridge, as I'm sure the Honorable knows, is already constructed. It's made to fit. And if really, I can't tell exactly where this is, whether it is completely in Mpika or it is a bridge that is between the two constituencies, I think the members can also sit together under CDF, because to construct this, it is 6 million. Correct. We need 6 million. Yeah. So when we see the importance, instead of waiting, and we know that there is this money, we can use it, especially if the two constituencies can work together, because it is 6 million that we need to do these works. So I would urge the members that seeing this, indeed there are competing needs. We need this bridge, it's important, but I think you think of others who may need food under DMMU. So what do we do? Then we start thinking maybe there is the alternative route. But if that is not possible for now, can we think of what we have in our hands so that we can use that to quickly construct? The bridge is there, it is just the installing of the bridge, which comes to 6 million. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honor the Vice President. This bridge is completely in Mpika district, which is in Mpika constituency. Madam Vice President, this bridge requires about 6 million, like you have said. And on the other hand, we're implementing the presidential directive to build maternity wings and desks. So we may not have enough resources to attend to the bridge. And the road passing through the game park is it's a long distance for those that are on foot, more especially school-going children from Chikumbi to Chishara, where the school is. I was very comforted when you mentioned that RDA and DMMU are in the process of preparing a BOQ. I was going to ask a question as to when can the implementation be done so that we connect the two communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm sure when we connect to what we have been saying over this, the Honorable Member for Shuangandu actually said, Madam, the account for which they are preparing the BOQ is not a very good account. He mentioned that that is normally dry. You get what I'm saying here. But they have to continuously work, except as soon as the resources are available. This is the answer I didn't want to give because you don't like it. But if we have resources, even under DMMU, we can do it. But I was looking at what is available now. Can we do that? Now you have told me it is purely Mpika. It is not in Shuangandu. We will continue to see which alternative can come quickly to give this. But as at now, I can't make a commitment because I'm sure when we come back, you will say the bridge is not yet done. So we will continue. You continue pushing, reminding us as we also put it on our books. We are working on that. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 248.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Kantanshi, who asked the Vice President in two parts. A, what benefits will accrue to the country following His Excellency the President's trip to Doha, Qatar, from 5th March to 9th March 2023? And B, he says, what benefits of co-hosting the second summit for democracy to be held on 29th to 30th March 2023? In response to part A of the question, I wish to inform this august House that Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, attended the 5th United Nations Conference on Least Developed Countries, LDCs, which was held in Doha, Qatar, from 5th to 9th March 2023. That was held under the theme, From Potential to Prosperity. This UN conference on least developed countries is held once every 10 years, with the main objective of discussing measures for accelerating sustainable development for the group of the LDCs. The benefits to accrue to the country as part of the group of least developed countries include, among others, 1, the enhanced solidarity and partnerships from the multilateral and bilateral commitments made through the various international support measures from developed countries and development partners made at the conference for the next 10 years through newly agreed upon Doha Program of Action. The priorities of the Doha Program Action, which Zambia will benefit from, include A, investing in people in least developed countries, that is eradicating poverty and building capacity to leave no one behind. B, leveraging the power of science, technology, and innovation to fight against multidimensional vulnerabilities and achieve the SDGs. C, supporting structural transformation as a driver of prosperity. D, enhancing international trade of least developed countries and regional integration. E, addressing climate change, environment degradation, recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, and building resilience against the shocks for risk-informed sustainable development. F, mobilizing international solidarity, reinvigorated global partnerships, and innovative tools and instruments, a march towards sustainable graduation. 2, the total pledges of the conference towards cooperation with LDCs was estimated at $1.3 billion US dollars. A, Qatar announced a financial package of $60 million US dollars. Germany dedicated 200 million pounds in new money in 2023 for financing LDCs. C, the European Commission million pounds of investment, is it euro, of investment for Africa. D, the Green Climate Fund, new project to give 80 million US dollars equity to offer green grantees to business in LDCs and bring down the cost of capital. E, the United Nations World Tourism Organization announced a new 10 million euro tourism for development fund for LDCs. 3, various initiatives and opportunities were announced that will assist LDCs including Zambia, to speed up development in key sectors such as agriculture, energy, health, education, science, technology, and climate change. These were made through various fora discussed by national leaders, private sector, parliamentarians, youth, non-state actors, and development partners. 4. Under the private sector forum, for instance, Microsoft, in partnership with Liquid Telecom, pledged to strengthen connectivity to 20 million people in the world, and specifically 8 million people in the LDCs. 5. In this regard, Zambia also signed on the sidelines of the conference an MOU between Liquid Telecommunications and the Ministry of Technology and Science on digital connectivity, which will ensure that Zambia will become a regional hub on fiber projects. It will also ensure connectivity of all secondary schools and all health clinics or centers in the country using a mix of fiber, wireless, and satellite technologies. This will also allow for digitalization of government services to improve service delivery and transparency to citizens. 6. UNDP and UN Office of High Representative for Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states indicated that through the 10 largest insurance companies, 20 LDCs would be supported to make insurance accessible. Further, the 10 million euro would be allocated to support sustainable tourism in LDCs. More resources would be invested in agriculture, climate change, digital connectivity, and energy, including development of 200 mini solar grids projects across Africa. In number 7, in promoting food security initiative, the U.S. Development Finance Cooperation, which is the United States Development Finance Organization, which provides loan guarantees, political risk insurance, loans, financing, equity investment, etc., informed the meeting that it had broadened its portfolio on food security to $1.2 billion and was interested in a broader portfolio in Zambia and Malawi. 8. The President also participated in the Earth Summit, where discussions were held for addressing global challenges in addressing food insecurity and promoting the use of indigenous knowledge and heritage that is critical to achieving food security. The benefits to the country include promoting sustainable production of food and nutrition security through enhanced collaboration with the Qatar Foundation. The President also held bilateral meetings that will result in enhanced development cooperation. The promotion, that is A, the promotion of good bilateral relations, peace and security in the region and globally, as per discussion with the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and also with other leaders such as King Mswati. Another bilateral meeting, B, was held with His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. They discussed investment opportunities in Zambia in order to encourage job creation. C. Follow-up on Zambia's debt negotiation under the common framework with the government of France to galvanize accelerated support for debt restructuring for Zambia. D. Discussions with Mr. Khalif Jassim Al-Kuwari, Director General of Qatar Fund for Development. Discussions were centered on exploring on partnering with the Qatar Fund for Development to extend scholarships to Zambian students and other development cooperation activities in Zambia. The Zambian delegation also exhibited at the sidelines of the conference, that is point 9, Zambia Development Agency organized an exhibition which focused on the Doha Plan of Action, priority areas of productive capacity building, private sector development, and education and skills development. The West is to speak, madam, to people who are not listening. Zambia showcased...
Honorable members, can we listen? Because if we don't listen, how do we ask questions later?
Thank you, madam. Zambia showcased some interventions being undertaken to promote industrialization, foreign direct investment that can contribute to economic transformation and poverty reduction. Point number 10, the exhibition managed by the Zambia Development Agency recorded a number of investment inquiries for both new and expansion of existing projects estimated at 3.3 million US dollars. Madam Speaker, these various support measures are critical for advancing development cooperation and economic diplomacy as Zambia looks forward into the immediate future to graduate from the group of the least developed countries category. Madam Speaker, in response to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that Zambia was chosen to co-host the Summit for Democracy because we have demonstrated clear leadership in promoting human rights and democratic governance, and also because we are an active member of the summit's focal group process. And we have a range of ongoing work to combat the pervasive forces of public and private corruption in Zambia. The Summit for Democracy is a flagship initiative focused on strengthening democracy and countering authoritarianism, fighting corruption, and promoting respect for human rights. The United States of America is co-hosting the second Summit for Democracy with the governments of Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and the Republic of Zambia. This is yesterday and today, March, that is 29th March and 30th March 2023, to underscore the global desire for transparent, accountability, rights-respecting governance. Like the first Summit for Democracy held in December 2021, the Summit for Democracy too has brought, I must say, together leaders from governments, civil society, the media, and the private sector to demonstrate how democracies deliver for their citizens and highlight democracy's resolve to address the world's most pressing challenges. The objectives, madam, of the summit are to, 1, promulgate Summit for Democracy's key themes of democracies, delivering tangible benefits to citizens, and the need for collective action that responds to the greatest challenges of our time. 2, showcase progress made by world leaders on commitments made at the first summit and during the year of action. Zambia is hosting 21 other African states under the theme Free, Fair, and Transparent Elections as the foundation of democratic governance, which every one of us, madam, must be interested in. Madam Speaker, the focus of discussions at the second Summit for Democracy is country representation on electoral integrity on the African continent, and the panel discussion led by eminent persons from the African region based on the following thematic areas. 1, inclusive participation of women. The women should say, yeah, here. Youth and persons with disability in electoral processes. That is one thematic area. Two, freedom of expression. The role of the media and civil society in promoting transparency and credible elections. One day we'll say incredible elections. Three, transparency in political party financing. And four, independence of electoral management bodies and their importance in free, fair, and credible elections. Madam Speaker, the following are the benefits of co-hosting the second Summit for Democracy. A, the summit draws state and non-state actors of a broad and diverse group of leaders from government, media, civil society, and the private sector, as well as multilateral institutions, so as to promote sharing of best practices from a plethora of these diverse groups, which will enable Zambia and other countries to inculcate best practices to enhance democratic governance. B, it is also envisaged that Zambia's reputation on the international scene shall be enhanced, thereby creating opportunities for bilateral and multilateral relations. C, the tourism and hospitality industry will also benefit from the delegates that are expected that in fact have already come into the country during this about to end summit. Madam Speaker, this is something that all of us must be excited about. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you can hear from the delivery of the leader of government business how detailed both events that I had questioned about through a point of order, and you guided through your wisdom, Madam Speaker, that we put in an urgent question. I'll start from the presidential visits. I know sometimes the presidential visits are questioned, but all presidential visits are unique in their nature. And you could see from the detail that has come out in terms of the opportunities. This meeting is taken every 10 years because obviously after the meetings you will start to implement some of the programs, medium to long term for the benefit of the country. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from our honored Vice President, on both occasions, if we did not raise that point of order as Kantanshi, were we going to be able to know these very important issues that you have raised? I would like your government to clearly come out, because the points that you have raised are extremely important and extremely beneficial to the country if implemented. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kantanshi and truly appreciate that. I'm sure even in asking that question, it gave us an opportunity to do this. But I should also agree with his second part, speaking to us here, that we will endeavor to be proactive. Because truly, people can think that the president goes dancing or he goes singing or he goes to play. We have to, I appreciate, we have to be proactive and give people information. I agree with you. It is good for us, it's good for the country to give information. So I'm speaking to us. We will continue to be proactive. Thank you.
And on that point, honorable members, Her Honor the Vice President has got another urgent issue to attend to. So if I'm sure you can get the statement, and I don't know when we can interrogate it, because in terms of time, it's not possible to ask a lot of follow-up questions. Yes, the statement was detailed. The honorable members will get copies. Maybe we can use it on even tomorrow as we ask if they will be there, or next time. Well, we'll find a time maybe when we can interrogate. Yes. No, but the leader of opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now that the standing orders are suspended for tomorrow, is it possible, for the comfort of the members, that maybe the House can be advised that this particular session can be tackled tomorrow? It's very important, Madam Speaker, that members are given an opportunity to ask those questions. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion, but tomorrow is another busy day because we are expecting the visitation of the Vice President of the United States of America, and Her Honor the Vice President is the one receiving that guest. So I can't commit to that. I don't know. I'm just asking for the indulgence of the members that we have a situation where we can't have one person in two places at the same time. So, honorable members, I beg your indulgence. So we can excuse Her Honor the Vice President to go and attend. Thank you. Thank you very much, Her Honor the Vice President. Presentation of Government Bill. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. The objects of the bill are to A, provide for the membership functions, operations, and financial management of the Human Rights Commission. B, repeal and replace the Human Rights Commission Act 1996. And C, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House in due course. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Presentation of another government bill. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to present a bill entitled the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly number 9 of 2023. Madam Speaker, the objectives of the bill are to, 1, provide for the registration of valuation surveyors and regulate their practice and professional conduct. B, continue the existence of the Valuation Surveyors Registration Board and rename it as the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors and redefine its functions. And C, repeal and replace the Valuation Surveyor Act 1979 and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Transport, Works and Supply. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House in due course. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Notes of motion. The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of the following nominees to the High Court of Zambia. One, Mr. Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Msukwa, Honorable Vincent Sililo Siloka, Mrs. Anne Mary Kachenga Malata Onojuku, Mr. Enaas Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samdengo Ngoma, Mr. Geoffrey Chilufya Mulenga, Ms. Mbile Muyinda Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanavo, Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Maboroboro, and Ms. Madam Speaker, I have been corrected that in fact is Maboroboro. And
I might make the similar mistake. What's the name again?
yeah, Madam Speaker, the name is Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Maboroboro.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East. Is it Solwezi? No. Mwinilonga, yes. You have a point of order. What's the point of order? I thought you were the member of a committee.
No, Madam Speaker.
May the Honorable Member for Solwezi East continue. Lukulu East continue.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was just about to complete the list, and Ms. Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judges of the High Court, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March, 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Mfuwe. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sililo Siloka, Mrs. Anne Mary Kachenga Malata Ononuju, Mr. Enaas Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Godfrey Chilufya Mulenga, Ms. Mbile Muwindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanavo, Mr. Ian Mwananjiti Mabolobolo, order. What does it mean? and Miss Tumbeko Choncho to serve as judges of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam, the appointment of the nominees is made pursuant to Article 140 of the Constitution of Zambia, Cap 1 of the laws of Zambia. which provides for the Republican President, on recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission, to appoint judges subject to the ratification by the National Assembly.
Order, honorable members, let's listen.
Madam Speaker, the committee appreciates the pivotal role that the judiciary plays in the dispensation of justice, in ensuring good governance and upholding the rule of law in the country. In this regard, the committee resolved that only competent persons with the requisite qualifications, integrity, diligence, eminence, sound character, and above all, committed to the promotion and upholding of the rule of law should be appointed to serve as judges. Madam, the committee notes with satisfaction that all the state security agencies had no adverse reports against the nominees. Further, most of the witnesses submitted that the nominees possessed the requisite qualifications and experience for appointment as judges of the High Court. In that regard, all of them supported their appointments. The committee further observes that the appointing authority has to a large extent complied with the requirement regarding regional diversity. The committee also notes that the appointing authority had regard to diversity of expertise of the nominees. The committee therefore commends the appointing authority for adhering to the constitutional requirement on regional diversity. Madam Speaker, however, one witness raised concern on one of the nominees, and the committee therefore made the following observations on this nominee. 1. Honorable Greenwell Maluman. The committee notes that one stakeholder out of the 11 that appeared indicated that there were 2 complaints against this nominee which related to alleged abuse of authority and corruption. However, the same witness, Madam Speaker, recommended that the nominee should be ratified because the nature of the complaint could not preclude him from being appointed as judge. Further, the Judicial Service Commission cleared the nominee of the alleged abuse of authority and supported his appointment, while the Anti-Corruption Commission stated that the institution had no adverse record against this nominee. Madam, in view of the foregoing, the committee recommends that this August House ratifies all the presidential appointments of these nominees, namely Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sililo Siloka, Mrs. Annie Mary Kachenga Malata Ononuju, Mr. Enayas Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samdengu Ngoma, Mr. Geoffrey Chilufya Mlenga, Ms. Mbile Muyinda Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanavo, Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Mabolobolo, and Ms. Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judges of the High Court. Finally, Madam Speaker, the committee wishes to express its gratitude to you, Madam Speaker, and the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the advice and services that they rendered to the committee during these deliberations. The committee further thanks all the witnesses that appeared for their valuable submissions, which assisted the committee arrive at this recommendation which we have brought to this House. Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure to call upon all members of this August House to ratify the appointments that we have brought before it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
No, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mfuwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you most sincerely for according me this opportunity to second this motion, and I also thank the mover for completely moving the motion. The mover has sufficiently covered most of the notable points upon which the committee supports the ratification of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Msukwa, Honorable Vincent Sirilosloka, Mrs. Annie Mary Kachenga Malata Ononuju, Ms. Enias Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Geoffrey Chirufya Mlenga, Ms. Simbile Muwindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanavo, Mr. Ian Mwananji Mabolobolo, and Ms. Tumbeko Choncho to serve as judges of the High Court. Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion, I wish to reiterate the committee's observation that the appointments were of persons who were academically and professionally qualified with experience from both public and private sector. Madam Speaker, the committee notes that Article 259 of the Constitution requires a person making an appointment to the public office to, where possible, ensure representation of the youth and persons with disabilities, and 50% of each gender. With regard to youth representation and persons with disabilities, the committee notes that this has not been adhered to. The committee therefore urges the appointing authority to, in future appointments, take this into consideration. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to extend my gratitude to the chairperson of the committee for the adept, impartial, and just manner in which he presided over the meetings and deliberations of the committee. May I also extend my sincere gratitude to all committee members. With these few remarks, I beg to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further debate? I've got a list from the PF. I've not got the list from the independents. Please, I've got also from my right. So, Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to debate this particular report. And first and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kalila, the chairperson, for this particular select committee, and also the second member of parliament for Mufue, respectively. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very important report in the sense that it touches on the most important arm of government, that is the judiciary. It is unfortunate that yesterday we were not accorded enough time so that we widely debate the report which was presented to this August House in relation to the appointment of appeals court and constitutional court judges. However, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity also to state that the judiciary is a cornerstone for the growth of a democratic dispensation. And I think it is important that when appointments comes to this August House to scrutinize these individuals, I think it is important that we must put aside our political affiliations and ensure that we scrutinize these particular names without fear or favor, because political parties come and go, but the judiciary should always be able to stand the test of time. So that's why it is very, very important that as we make appointments to this very, very important arm of government, we must ensure that these people we are appointing are men of higher, men and women of higher integrity. Otherwise, if we overlook that, then we are killing this nation. So it is very, very important that that must be taken into account without fear or favor. I have gone through the report and I have seen that all the security wings, they have cleared these particular individuals, and I have no doubt that they meet the relevant qualifications. However, I am particularly concerned. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, especially the report from the Judicial Complaints Commission that one nominee, there were two reports which were leveled against this particular nominee. And if you go to the Constitution, and I want to read what the Constitution says, that a person who a person qualifies for appointment as a judge if this person is of proven integrity. It says proven integrity. Now, if we have got individuals who we have doubts, then we have a problem. I feel this country has got a lot abundance, wealth of lawyers who are dedicated at the legal, in the legal fraternity with abundance wealth of experience. I feel that only people who we don't have any doubt should be able to be appointed as the judges of the Supreme Court, judges of the High Court, judges of the Appeals Court, and Constitutional Court. So on this particular one, I think I have a problem, and it's surprising that the Judicial Complaints Commission, which actually highlighted this this adverse report, decided again to recommend for appointment as a judge. So on another issue, Madam Speaker, the Constitution Article 259(2) clearly states that a person who is empowered to make appointment should be able to take into account regional diversity of the people of Zambia. I am a staunch disciple of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. Dr. Kenneth Kaunda managed to unite this country under the umbrella of One Zambia, One Nation. Therefore, there is no any part of this country which has got no lawyers who are qualified. Each part of this country has qualified lawyers, qualified accountants. So I feel that I think it is important that as we are making these appointments, they must be done in a more transparent manner. I've not heard what the Judicial Service Commission submitted, whether these particular appointments were done in a very transparent manner. Why don't we allow a situation where the Judicial Service Commission should be advertising for these positions so that Zambians, regardless of where they come from, should be able to apply for these jobs? That is the only way we are going to promote fairness in these appointments. I am also alive to the fact that we have got a lot of judicial officers at the magistrate level, at the High Court, who have provided distinguished service to this nation. But most of them, you find that they are not being considered. We have High Court judges who have been dispensing justice in this country without any doubt, but unfortunately we find that most of those judges are not being promoted to serve at the Appeals Court and also serve at the Constitutional Court or Supreme Court. So I think it is important, specifically, the issue of tribal balancing.
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes for that healthy break. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering a report, adopt a report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sililo Siloka, Mrs. Anna Mary Kachenga Malatu Onuju, Mr. Enyasi Lungu Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Godfrey Chelufyamulenga, Ms. Mbile Muwindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Manavo, Mr. Ivan Mwanajiti Mabolobolo, and Mrs. Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judges of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. And this document was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March 2021. This motion was seconded by a Member of Parliament, Ms. Doreen Mawonga. So in business resumes, the Member of Parliament for Chamanorth will continue debating to this motion. And earlier on, Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she informed the House that the National Health Insurance Management Authority has sent to the National Assembly biometric cards for members of Parliament and staff who registered with the authority on 15th December 2022. The cards may be collected from the National Assembly Clinic on Friday, 31st March 2023, starting at 09 hours. And all honorable members who registered have been urged to collect their cards. So that's the business that have been considered on the floor of the House, and we did see Madam Speaker rendering 3 rulings, and I'll be able to share with you the details, and permitted the Minister of Lands, Honorable Elijah Muchima, to render a ministerial statement on the 15th session of the Conference of Parties, COP15, of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity from 7th to 19th December 2022 in Montreal, Canada. We'll take a short break and we'll be back to give you details of business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
The 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, was held recently at the Exhibition World Bahrain EWB in Manama, Bahrain in the Middle East. The Zambian delegation was led by Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP. Madam Speaker was accompanied by Mr. Harry Kambone, Kalomo Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Given Katuta Chiengi Member of Parliament, and Chawama Member of Parliament, Mr. Sila Lungu. Others in the delegation were Chikankata Member of Parliament, Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, and Mongu Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Oliver Amutike. The delegation also included the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Nguluve, the Deputy Clerk Corporate Affairs, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe, and other staff from the Office of the Clerk. The 146th IPU Assembly attracted over 40 speakers of parliaments, and over 140 countries participated in the meeting, which was held under the theme, Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies, Fighting Intolerance. In her statement to the General Assembly, the Right Honourable Madam Nelly Muti MP urged the parliamentarians to embrace diversity in order to fight injustice and intolerance in societies.
Society is key to peaceful coexistence among people in every society. Therefore, it is critical for leaders to embrace diversity of ethnic, cultural, or religion as a way of fighting intolerance in societies. Let me hasten to state that the issue of fighting intolerance is so close to my heart as a woman and also as a person coming from a country in the global south. This is because I've witnessed firsthand of its devastating impact on my continent, which sadly has led to death and the displacement of many people, especially women and children. Zambia is largely and predominantly heterogeneous in terms of tribe or ethnic groups. Despite its diversity, the country remains a model of peace and stability in the Southern Africa region because it has generally undergone peaceful transitions between political regimes. However, there are some factors that have led to some degree of intolerance or exclusion which can be clustered into political, leadership contestations, which can be either be political or within ethnic groupings, land and boundary issues, intolerance due to poverty and inequality, among others. To address these challenges, our Parliament takes advantage of various opportunities, uses different initiatives and parliamentary tools. One of those is overseeing the progress made in the application of national values and principles. This opportunity presents itself in the first quarter of every year, when, in line with our Republican Constitution, the Republican President reports to the National Assembly on the progress the country has made in the implementation of these values and principles the previous year. The parliamentarians debate the report, highlight issues, and present their views regarding the areas requiring improvement. Through its legislative function, the Zambian Parliament has also played a critical role in creating an enabling environment for peaceful coexistence and inclusivity.
The delegation also participated in the meetings of the Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, the Africa Group meetings, and other related meetings. Ms. Given Katuta MP participated in the meetings of the Advisory Group on Health.
In 2017, the government implemented, and then it was brought to Parliament for adoption, and it has been enacted by introducing national health insurance. We call it NIMA. It is working out so well in our country because the parliamentarians have taken it on themselves to make sure that even the least person in the country is able to access quality health. At the moment, the government also, together with the parliaments, they've come up with the policy whereby each and every person in the country should be able to access registration for national insurance online. Before it was difficult when we just started because people had to go in person. Now everything is being done online, just a matter of using your ID. And also now it has been extended to some family members. When we started, it was just for those who could afford. If I register, then I should be the only one to benefit that. Now I will be able to register my grandparents if I have, and also children or whoever is in the family. So it's really working out so well, and a lot of Zambians are able even to access medicines. It wasn't easy. We used to have a lot of shortages, of course, of medicine in the government hospitals. Only private hospitals were having medicines. Now, as it is, most of Zambians now are able to access medicine.
Mr. Sila Lungu MP participated in the meetings of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Mr. Oliver Amutike MP participated in the meetings of the Committee on Peace and International Security. And Ms. Jacqueline Sabao MP, together with other female parliamentarians in the delegation, took time to participate in the meetings of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and she also took part in the meetings of the Committee on Sustainable Development, Finance and Trade. Mr. Harry Kamboni MP participated in the meetings of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. He also gave a report on the activities undertaken by the IPU Zambia National Group.
From Zambia, Mr. Harry Kamboni.
There is a lot parliaments can do to attain zero carbon emissions by, doing what we are supposed to do. The first thing our parliament has done is, courtesy to our speaker, is to make sure that all the 156 constituencies in the country plant trees. This was led by our Madam Speaker, and this has been done. Each member of parliament was given more than 1,000 trees to plant in the constituents. So that has brought very good results, and also members of parliament went to make people aware and be conscious of what we need to do. The second thing we have done is basically to include 3 committees on our budgeting, that is for energy, agriculture, to look at how the budget can also contribute to the reduction of carbon emissions in the country. So this has worked on very, very effectively. It was started as a pilot program, and it will be expanded this year. So you can see that members of parliament are contributing hugely to the reduction of the carbon emissions in the country. Also, what we have done also is that we have where people cook using charcoal. They cut trees, make charcoal to cook. And so we have come up with the policies, laws that are reducing that and increasing electricity so that people can stop cutting trees, use electricity to cook. And this has worked very well in reducing the calamities of cutting trees and so forth. Also, what Parliament has done is basically to stop using paper now. Everything is done online. Budgeting, messaging, all the reports are all done online, and that has hugely reduced the number of paper we use to cut on the carbon emissions. And so we can do a lot through Parliament. And the other thing that it has done is to institute where Parliament now, and even the country at large, is also part of the signatory to organizations that are there to make sure that we, curb this climate change in many ways. We have had a few flash floods in the country, like in my constituency, because of climate change. The rain pattern changed. We had some houses submerged, collapsing because of the climate change. So it is very important that as parliaments, we all work towards reducing this in one way or another. I'm sure we'll win this war. May I take this opportunity to thank my speaker, the country at large, for working together in reducing the carbon emissions by the Zambian members of parliament and the Zambian people at large. Thank you very much and all the best.
And the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Nguluve, participated in the meetings of the Association of Secretaries General of Parliaments. At constituency level, Chikankata Member of Parliament shared the initiative she's implementing in her constituency on climate change.
What we've agreed as the Parliament is that each Member of Parliament should plant some trees in their areas to help fight the issue of the green planet. And hence, the Zambian Parliament, what we did last year, we were given 30 plus one plant in our areas. And in my case, I also came up with my own theme called One Child, One Plant, meaning that these children in schools, if they are given plants each to one plant back home, this will improve the challenge that we have of deforestation in our country. Because my constituency is one of the constituencies that has been affected with climate change due to deforestation. And hence, the main source of water in my constituency and in Zambia in the rural areas is boreholes. But when we do a borehole, because of deforestation, we've been having a challenge of water table. There's no water underground. So it has also affected the source of water among our people in the rural areas of Zambia.
The 146th IPU Assembly also adopted an emergency item resolution on raising awareness and calling for action on the serious humanitarian crisis affecting the peoples of Afghanistan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen, and other countries, and on the particular vulnerability of women and children. Alongside the busy schedule of the Assembly meetings, Madam Speaker and her delegation held some bilateral meetings with other delegations to discuss areas of common interest and possible partnerships. The 146th Bahrain Assembly concluded with the adoption of the Manama Declaration, a message of hope which urges parliamentarians to implement the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, leaving no one behind, as the best hope for peace, democracy, and sustainable development for all.
Honorable Engineer Rafa Mabenga, Member of Parliament for Mwabezi. I'm 68 years old. I'm married, got 7 children. Started school at Sejamba Primary School. From there I went to Bwina. From Bwina I went to Sesheke Secondary School. After Sesheke Secondary School I went to Copper Belt which is called now Copperbelt Invest, to do engineering. From there, I was sponsored by the British Council to go to UK to continue with the studies up to master's degrees. There, when I finished, I worked for Ndola City Council for 12 years. I rose up to assistant city engineer. From Ndola, I went to Botswana. I worked for the Botswana government as an advisor there, and I rose up to the position of principal roads engineer. I was involved in training and the building of roads. I worked there for 8 years. From there, I came back to Zambia to set up the road sector. When the road sector reform started, that is involved the road development agents, road transport and safety agents, National Council for Construction, and National Road Fund agents. National Road Fund agents, I was the pioneer chief executive officer. I worked there for 8 years up to 2010. From there, I went to Uganda to work as an advisor to the government there in the road sector. From Uganda, I worked in Malawi to actualize the Decentralization Act. Thereafter, I did some consultants again in Eswatini. From there, I came back to continue to do my own construction work, which I've been doing up to now. Thereafter, I became an MP in 2021 for Mwezi constituency. My Mwezi
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television Business. Still on the 20 minutes health break, and at the time business was interrupted. The House was considering the report, and this is the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sirilo Siloka, Mrs. Anne Mary Kachenga, Malata Onuju, Mr. Enias Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Geoffrey Chilufya Mulenga, Ms. Mbile Muindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanabo, Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Mawolowolo, and Mrs. Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judges of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March 2023. And it was Chama North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mutachalo, who was on the floor of the House debating this report. Still to come is the Examinations Council of Zambia Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, the Anti-Terrorism and National Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022, coming up at committee stage, the Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, coming up at third reading. And earlier on, the House did consider 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature. And Honor the Vice President did move a motion, suspend Standing Orders 27 and 115 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such a completion, the House will adjourn sine die. And the motion was agreed in the affirmative. So shortly business resumes, and the House will continue considering the motion which was moved by Lukulu East Member of Parliament, Dr. Kalila, and it was seconded by Mfuwe Member of Parliament, Mrs. Doreen Mabonga. Keep watching Parliament Television. Shortly, Madam Speaker will be arriving in the chamber for the commencement of the business, which took about 20 minutes health break. Keep watching Parliament Television. There was a ringing, which means that there's no quorum, and at the time business was suspended. The House was considering the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, and it was Chairman North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Tachal, who was on the floor of the House debating. And the move of this motion is Lukulu East Member of Parliament, Dr. Christopher Kalila, and it was seconded by Mfuwe Member of Parliament, Ms. Doreen Mabonga. So when the quorum is constituted, members of Parliament to continue debating. Remember, it is a requirement that a total of 1/3 members has to be present for any business to be considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television. Seems like the quorum is constituted now.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Lukulu East that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obisa Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Cirilo Siloka, Mrs. Anne Mary Kachenga Malata Ononuju, Mr. Enias Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Godfrey Chilufya Mulenga, Miss Mbile Muwindwa Muwina, Mr. Laston Manavo, Mr. Ian Mwananjiti Mavolovolo, and Ms. Tumbeko Choncho to serve as judges of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March 2023. And the Honorable Member for Chairman North was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was almost concluding. I was talking about transparency. I was saying that we need to promote transparency in the way we appoint these judges so that every Zambian should have equal opportunity to compete for these jobs. I'm also happy that the Judicial Service Commission has put measures to monitor the output of these judges so that they don't delay these cases. Because I've seen that many people, Zambians, have suffered, especially workers who have been dismissed unfairly. You find that cases take 7 years to be concluded, and most of them have died. So it's my appeal that that must be looked into very seriously. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that I reluctantly want to support the ratification of these judges, reluctantly in the sense that it has not fully met Article 259, subsection 2 of the Constitution of Zambia, that appointments must reflect regional diversity of the people of Zambia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the good people of Malole to contribute on this important motion. Outright, I want to thank the chairperson, Dr. Kalila, and his team for the wonderful job they did on this committee and the vice. Madam Chairperson, my concern is over people with disability. I don't know why and when, as the government and as a country, we are going to consider these people so that also they contribute to the national development of this country. To me, to appoint a judge, we must ensure that anyone who serves as a judge is fair-minded, partiality, independent, rationality, fairness, reasonableness, and having a good knowledge of the law. To me, I think 3/4 of these people, I think they meet that prerequisite. I may state that I know some of these judges. Honorable Vincent Siloka is a scholar, he is a teacher who I think he taught even some of the members of parliament here, and he is very outstanding as a civil servant, and I think even his appointment is long overdue. He would have even reached as a Constitutional Court judge. And I recommend the appointing authority that indeed that was a fair appointment, and even the committee to recommend such type of people, we recommend them. To me, a judge is to be partiality, fair and biased, and to follow laws of the country. A judge's law is to serve the community in a pivoted law and make sure that we administer justice in a proper way. There are a lot of people who are lacking in this area. Zambians are lacking for justice.
I'm urging those who are appointed today that definitely they should rise above the law, tribe, nationality, and make sure that definitely they defend the Zambian people who are longing for this dispensation of justice. Madam Speaker, people in prison are rotting because of taking long in terms of judgment. I'm appealing to these people who have been appointed as judge to ensure that they speed up some of these people. In cells is not a good thing. To stay in prison is not a good. Justice delayed is justice denied. Madam Speaker, I 100% second the appointment of these judges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwenelonga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to have given me an opportunity to be able to add the voice of the people of Mwinunga on the appointments of the 11 judges to our High Court bench. Madam Speaker, I have been threatened that I should not go through the names because I'm likely to mispronounce one name. The Minister of Justice may just use the arsenal that was left by Honorable Kampyong on me. Madam Speaker, I note that the legal procedures and the provisions have been followed. I think that is one. I also note that you appointed among us a very competent team to help scrutinize the names of these nominees. And in addition to that, we had eminent persons from the legal fraternity to help our colleagues scrutinize the names of these people who have been appointed to these positions. Going through the report, I note that these nominees were benchmarked against academic and professional qualifications, against skills, competencies, and experience, against gender sensitivity, and also against ethnic grouping. And I think this appointment has been found unblemished on all these factors that I have mentioned. Except that as politicians like talking, otherwise we shouldn't have even spent time discussing this issue. The issue of doubts that one of our colleagues on your left has mentioned, I think has been qualified, that there should not be doubts because the complaints really that has been leveled against one of the nominees do not hold water. The other thing that has been raised by colleagues on your left is the issue of transparency. I think that these nominations have gone through all the stages that are provided for legally, and therefore the issue of transparency in the appointment of these nominees should not arise. And also the issue of ethnic groupings. I think we sometimes were deceived by names. These names that we have, the nominees that we have, are actually representative of all the regions in this country. Okay, if you go through this, you may think that maybe there is no one from Central Province or no one from Northwestern province. That is not correct. My assessment, looking at these names, I think the entire nation has been covered in these appointments. I think we have moved to another level where positions are not only given to 2 or 3 regions. We have reached a stage where the positions are given to all provinces. It is one Zambia, one nation, more than ever before. I think that should be taken note of. In the New Dawn government, there is nothing like, this province should not benefit. All provinces are benefiting. I am standing very tall, my colleague. A lot of people like my height anyway. So, Madam Speaker, development is not about roads. Development is not about infrastructure. There are softer issues that we need to look at, and governance is the heart of development. And therefore, by appointing judges, we are adding fuel to the issue of development, because governance is very, very important, and the legal system actually is an integral part of good governance. There is a complaint about pending cases. Dispensing justice has been a problem in this country, but you must also realize that on the establishment of our judicial system, they have been unfulfilled positions. And you wonder why the previous government was not appointing people to these positions. The New Dawn government is ensuring that these positions are filled so that justice can be dispensed and dispensed in time. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I support these appointments so that we can improve our governance system, so that we can develop our country at a faster rate. I thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kawambwa.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add the voice to this very important debate. Madam Speaker,
let's listen to the debate, honorable members.
Madam Speaker, the judiciary is one of the 3 arms of government, and as we delve into issues of appointments of judges, all the tenets and the provisions of our constitutions must be met. Madam Speaker, you look around this House, when the President had the opportunity through the nominations, 8 nominations which he had, to ensure that the numbers for women representation go up. It didn't happen. There is another opportunity here. There was another opportunity here for the President of the Republic of Zambia to appoint more women judges. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. For you, it happened. The report, Madam Speaker, headed by one Honorable Dr. Kalila, a very seasoned parliamentarian, a man of very good attributes, who, in my thinking, is coming back very soon as Minister of Health.
Order, honorable member. Let's debate the motion, not the personalities. Eh?
Madam Speaker, the names of the composition of the members of the committee are in this report. And this name is there. So I'm debating the report. As alluded to by one of the earlier debaters, Madam Speaker, there is no single person with a disability who has been considered. When they were nominating members to come to this house, no one, a member or a Zambian with disability, was nominated. We're supposed to be inclusive. We're supposed to be inclusive, but unfortunately we're not being inclusive. Therefore, I will not, from the onset, I want to state that I will not support these appointments. Madam Speaker, the JCC on page 6 talks about one Honorable Green Malumani, and he's got issues. And they also state that even at the time of compilation of this report, at the time he was recommended for a reprimand. That's what the report says. But that was not delivered. There was no reprimand. So somebody glossed it over and ignored it. Why wasn't it done? That's the question. Why wasn't this reprimand done? And you go ahead, or why wasn't he excluded from the list? There are so many other Zambians who qualify to take up this position. Is it a question he who is appointed, who is nominated, no matter what, must go all the way through? The answer is no. These are the challenges I'm talking about. And it's one of the reasons why I, Nixon Chilanga, will not support these particular nominations. Yes, it's okay, and we'll vote. Madam Speaker, we are very grateful today. We've been given an opportunity to deal with these particular matters and debate them. Unlike what happened yesterday, unfortunately, we are very sad yesterday, but we are here today, and good things must be upheld. I'm very glad that this has happened today. In future, when these reports are given to us, we would request that we have the bio data for nominees, so that we look through these things, so that there is no room whatever for speculation about what my honorable MP for Mwinilunga was talking about, that these nominations are representative of the entire country and so on and so forth, because biodata will give us that information. Madam Speaker, there is a requirement that there must be letters. There must be letters from anybody as a nominee to be on their files from or to the JSC. Are those letters on the files? Did these nominees apply for these positions? Are we sure they did? Or maybe some were just picked along the way to be brought and say, today you're going to be a judge. These are small things that we must look at.
A point of order, Madam Speaker.
They may not look, they may look, your time will come.
There's a point of order.
This time will come, you're just wasting my time.
There's
not
a
the
point
Speaker.
of order. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 65. Factuality in the content of the argument. The honorable member who is debating on the floor of the House has made serious allegations which are not supported in the law in regard to what he claims should be on their files of these nominees and should be availed to this House. Madam Speaker, there is no provision of the law suggesting or supporting the suggestion by the honorable member. Is therefore misleading this House and the nation at large. Madam Speaker, is in order. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that point of order. In fact, if the honorable member for Kawamba had taken time to read the report, you will find that the biodata of all these nominees is attached to this report. So that clearly shows that the honorable member did not read the report. Please, honorable members, let's be factual. let's be factual when we are debating, and also let's use the research department. And when these nominees are submitted, they bring all the documents. So it's up to honorable members to request for these documents. So the honorable member for Kawamba was out of order when he stated that the biodata was not made available. May the honorable member continue.
Madam Speaker, I was asking questions. When you ask questions, you are not stating. You are asking questions, and I was asking questions. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, I want to state here that the independence of the judiciary is key. The legislature, the executive, the final recourse to whatever we do in our day-to-day lives rests in the judiciary. It is therefore imperative and important that as the president or the powers that may be make these nominations, these must be above board, because at the end of the day, we all must go to the judiciary at some stage for settling of issues, settling of matters, and a real democracy. Madam Speaker, as we sit here, there's a so-called conference going on across the road. A real democracy, madam, is judged by the independence of its judiciary. And that when you nominate officers to the judiciary, there must be no room for reproach, for question. They must be above board. I therefore would like to say what I stated earlier on. Due to all these inadequacies in the appointments or in the nominees, I will not be able to support this until such a time that fresh names are brought here, until such a time that fresh names are brought here, which we are all going to agree to, which are going to show that they represent the entire regions, names which are going to show that the gender factor is taken into account, and the marginalized groups are also included. If that does not happen, even those fresh names which you are going to bring, Madam Speaker, I'm going to object. I thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It feels nice to take over from the debate given by my colleague from Kawambwa, who has chosen not to support the report, and yet I do, but I only agree with him on one point, which I will talk about. But first of all, I want to commend the committee, for the job well done, and also for supporting the nominations of these able men and women of honor. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I think this House is here to just execute its procedural mandate of ratifying these nominees, because the competent authorities that were given to do, the scrutiny, Madam Speaker, have actually, told us that all these people are suited for the appointment of judge to the High Court. I have read through the report, Madam Speaker, and I'm quoting from the last section, which has said some things in support, but in conclusion, the chairperson of LAS submitted that his organization was not aware of any adverse reports against any of these nominees. So when the Honorable Member of Kawambwa is talking about the appointment of Mr. or Honorable Malumani not being in order, I wonder, and indeed he did demonstrate that he didn't read through the report. Otherwise, he would not have said so, because I looked at that section also done by the Judicial Service Commission. Yes, indeed, who raised one or two issues, but in the final analysis, they did support the specific nomination of this candidate, because whatever those issues were not material
enough, to deter the appointing authority from going ahead in that manner. So what I was going to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, is the issue of inclusiveness of all interest groups, the people with disabilities, the women, because indeed this is in accordance with our constitutional provisions, and it's only right that we adhere to that. So I did take note that of the 11 nominees, only 4 were women. That already is a red flag, for some of us who are gender champions, because we want to see this balance, attained everywhere. I've had opportunity, Madam Speaker, to interact with the judiciary not too long ago, and it was pleasant, very pleasant to note that that is the only wing of government, Madam Speaker, so far, which is doing very well in terms of gender representation. When you compare the judiciary, the executive, and us, the legislature, the judiciary beats all the other 2. And I think the other wings will do well to emulate what the judiciary is trying to do, as well as help them to maintain their gender balance, because this kind of appointment may start distorting, the parity that they want to maintain within, that wing of government. I thought I just needed to say that. Otherwise, overall, Madam Speaker, indeed, I also join those that are supporting these appointments, because we do have here, according to what we've been given, people who are well qualified for the jobs. And I would also want to echo the debate of my colleague who has left the room in support of people like Honorable Vincent Sloka. Indeed, these are people of an illustrious career in the judiciary, and we have no basis. We have no basis, not to support such a report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The independents, your representative is not in the House, so who is debating on behalf of the independents? If there is nobody, then we can. Okay, so it appears you are okay. So we can go to the next on my left. Some of them are not here. So I will instead call upon the Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by stating that I'm in support of these appointments. I know my colleagues there, they are saying, yeah, they want me to oppose, but to the contrary. This is what it means when people have gotten the power. They have to appoint the people that they know they can work with and they can deliver for the nation. And this is what President Hakainde Hichilema has done. Madam Speaker, this is also a lesson to all technocrats that when the government changes, it's not only politicians who live, including yourselves. You also live. It's a bitter truth. Particularly positions that have to do with presidential appointments. It's just a normal thing. No wonder technocrats who are appointed by the president should always ensure that the government delivers. Because if it doesn't, the government leaves, you also leave. This outcry that we are having, no regional appointments, what and what, is coming from this fact. Let's be very factual and historical. Let's look at our previous appointments. Were they not also regional? Unfortunately, we have a government that was in the opposition for more than 20 years. You expect them not to reward those that suffered with them? It's a fact. If you don't reward them, they will rise against you. I can assure you. No, these are the facts that we tend to run away as politicians. Even me, if I'm one day become a president, I'll first look at those that supported me when I was in the struggle. And this is what is happening. Coming to these nominees, we have level-headed people like His Lordship, Mr. Laston Mwanawa. I personally know him. He's my colleague. Very sober-minded man. All I can appeal to them is, please, you are the arm of hope for our democracy. Not only our democracy, but our constitution as well. If we differ, which we do almost on the daily basis, we run to you for justice. We expect you to be above board. Let's not follow political allegiance when it comes to dispensation of justice. And I believe these nominees that we are about to ratify, and Madam Speaker, let me congratulate them, because after this debate, there will be High Court judges. Even if we object, colleagues, Honorable Haimbe has the numbers there. This is the beauty about our democracy. When they are giving you powers, they also give you the numbers. But let's not abuse those numbers. Very, very important. Madam Speaker, the issue of diversity, I know for me it's too early. I'll forgive you. You've just won. It's time for you to reward those, as I said, who worked for you. But in other institutions, try to balance. It's something that will be good for you. How will we be attracted to you? How will we be attracted to you if we're not seeing you balancing? I can assure you, if you look at demographics of our country, we have intermarried. I have the family in Southern Province, I have the family in Western Province. By nature, like you, we are, Honorable Minister. We have families everywhere. And should we not balance, we might just be injuring our nephews and nieces. Not nieces in the manner that the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs understands. I mean genuine nieces. So it is very, very important, Madam Speaker, that at certain levels, let us try by all means to create one Zambia, one nation. By so doing, I can assure you it is for our interest that the government that comes into power delivers for the people. At the moment, we have the UPND government. It is our wish that you deliver for the good of our people. It will be for the good of all of us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, these are all able men and women. Just as yesterday, we were ratifying Margaret Monalula, a very eminent scholar, for those of you who have been through the University of Zambia, and well qualified. We know that women need to be given a push, but let them demonstrate, like what these others are demonstrating, their abilities to deliver. So I have no reason, Madam Speaker, to object, but appeal to technocrats to be above board. If you are not, even after you have been appointed by us politicians, remain professional. I can assure you, if there will be a change of government, you'll still be in the offices. But the moment you start dancing to the needs or political aspirations of us politicians, then you are candidates for victimization after the change of government. And that is not good for our country. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I wish to support the appointment, and probably we proceed to another item. What's a bit, Madam Speaker?
Thank you very much. Actually, that's what I'm looking at, because looking at time, we have only 1 more hour, and we are running out of time. Sincere apologies to the honorable members that have indicated they want to debate. We can only accommodate so many. So I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Justice to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for availing me the opportunity on behalf of the appointing authority to debate the motion on the floor of the House relating to the appointment of and possible ratification of High Court judges. Madam Speaker, I believe the starting point, as was already laid out during yesterday's debate, is whether or not the particular nominees that have been put forward, 11 in number in total, meet the constitutional requirement for appointment into the roles that they now seek to be appointed into. And without question, Madam Speaker, as all of those that have contributed on the floor of the House, they meet the requirements of the law. And that should be the first and only consideration. I wish to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank, therefore, the committee, your select committee, as represented by the chairperson, the Honorable Member for Lukulu East, and the seconder of the motion, Vice Chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Member from Fue, for a job extremely well done and for recommending the ratification of these individuals. Madam Speaker, having had the benefit of serving the legal profession for in excess of 22 years myself, I know these individuals to a very large degree, and I can vouch on behalf of the appointing authority that, contrary to the assertion by the Honorable Member for Chama South, who suggested that these individuals may have been appointed for purposes of being rewarded or because we have now formed the ruling party after 20 years and all manner of subjective consideration. The reality of the matter, Madam Speaker, and the nation at large as you watch this debate, is that each of these nominees is deserved on account of merit and nothing else. Merit, Madam Speaker, and nothing else. And so the suggestion to the contrary by my honorable colleague is not factual and should not be a basis upon which this honorable House should not ratify these particular individuals. Madam Speaker, moving on, it has been suggested that Article 259 of the Constitution has not been complied with for various reasons. Madam Speaker, the appointing authority looks at the institution of the judiciary holistically. Whilst there may have been 2 select committees in the wisdom of Madam Speaker to determine the question of ratification of these nominees, the reality of the matter is that they were put forward as one collective. And when you look at the nominees who were ratified yesterday, together with the High Court nominees today, you will see that there is the character, the national character of Zambia is properly and equitably reflected. It is disingenuous, Madam Speaker, to suggest that one should only look at the High Court judges alone when looking at this important question. Yes, for the sake of the Parliamentary Select Committee, they may have been separated, but the reality of the matter is that the institution was looked at holistically and all the nominees meet the requirements of Article 259 when taken as a collective, the appointing authority, Madam Speaker, in short, is extremely wise in arriving at the decision that he did. Madam Speaker, you will see that the number of women represented in the totality of the group is more than sufficient to meet the requirements of Article 259. You will see also, Madam Speaker, from the biodata that Madam Speaker guided already, that these individuals reflect the whole of Zambia. We, as the New Dawn government, the appointing authority, is well aware of the division that failure to follow the one Zambia, one nation principle can bring. And the appointing authority was alive to that in making these nominations. One only has to look at the names and biodata, and one will agree that that requirement of the Constitution has been met. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was also suggested that perhaps no sufficient consideration to those men and women that were already serving in the judiciary was given in arriving at these nominees. And Madam Speaker, again, that could not be further from the truth. One, again, only has to look at the list in its totality, and you will see, Madam Speaker, that honorable members that have served on the bench have been elevated into these positions at various levels in the hierarchy of the court judiciary system. Let's speak of Madam Justice Abba Patel, for example, who was ratified yesterday, Madam Justice Kawimbe, Mr. Justice Mulife, Madam Justice Chembe, and today we have Mr. Justice Malumani, Mr. Justice Musukwa, and Mr. Justice Siloka, if I'm not mistaken. All these have risen through the ranks and have been nominated for appointment. Again, the people of Zambia have been misled by the argument that suggests that the appointing authority did not, in his wisdom, look at all these important matters. Madam Speaker, in short, I would say the arguments that have been put forward against the ratification of these individuals, as I have elaborated, do not warrant the refusal of this Honorable House to ratify the individuals. Madam Speaker, it was suggested with respect to Honorable Marumani in particular that perhaps he should not be graced by ratification by this Honorable House on the basis of, again, an allegation. At the risk of being repetitive, Madam Speaker, I want to repeat that an allegation is not a fact. Today, Madam Speaker, if I were to decide to allege that any of the honorable members in this House have committed whatever heinous offense, that cannot be the basis upon which these honorable members should be denied opportunities that are available to citizens. It is a mere allegation until proven otherwise by a body of competent jurisdiction. What I would have expected would be that someone would bring forth a report, a judgment, or a decision of one sort or the other from a judicial or quasi-judicial institution even, which would confirm that the individual has been found culpable. But alas, Madam Speaker, there is no such document before this Honorable House. What basis, therefore, is there for this particular member to be denied the right that every citizen is entitled to, the right to participate in opportunities as they avail themselves? Madam Speaker, moving on. It has been suggested on the floor of this House that there is a recruitment process that ought to be followed. Madam Speaker, the practice that is being used by the New Dawn government has been there from time immemorial. It is again disingenuous to suggest that today that practice which has worked for the purposes for which it was set should be set aside and we follow another practice. The law does not even require that. These individuals, I repeat, were chosen on merit as citizens of this country deserving of such. I would have loved, Madam Speaker, to go into each and every one of these outstanding Zambian citizens to say and give reasons why they should be ratified. But alas, time does not allow me that opportunity. And therefore, I will submit that as a collective, these individuals stand head and shoulders above many of us in the legal fraternity. And for this reason, they must be elevated to the role of High Court judge, for which this Honorable House is now sitting to consider. In short, Madam Speaker, I submit that the individuals are worthy of ratification and would submit that the report of your select committee be supported by these honorable members. Before I sit, Madam Speaker, I would like to also mention that looking at the institution holistically, there seemed to have been a trend, and we must address this, where previous appointments were selective to particular regions. So the current appointments, if they seem to be showing a good number of others from the previously unconsidered regions, it basically means that the entire institution is now being balanced. So, contrary to what was the practice in the past, Madam Speaker, we are doing exactly what is expected when we follow the principle of one Zambia, one nation, which is to balance institutions that may not have been given the opportunity in the previous appointments to have that balancing. Madam Speaker, Article 259 of the Constitution is being followed to the letter by the appointing authority. For that reason, I submit that the nominees be ratified. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Before I call on the mover to wind up, Honorable Member for Shuangan, we have a point of order.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the process we are going through is a very important one. And this institution which has been assigned the mandate to scrutinize these appointments and make recommendations is equally very important. And the members here have got every right to critique the report and support the report. The Honorable Minister, who is representing the appointing authority, Madam Speaker, should be above board. And we were following his submission and we didn't have anything wrong with what he was saying earlier on. But was he in order to start pointing to appointments which were done before and he doesn't have a list to compare with? Which might not be factual, Madam Speaker, because you have always guided this August House that whatever we debate here must be factual and verifiable according to Standing Orders 65 1B. The Honorable Minister has opted to start comparing and contrasting. Instead of focusing on the nominees that we're dealing with on the floor, Madam Speaker, I can hear some mamas, some of these who have never...
Honorable Member, you are a whip. Please do not use language which is not acceptable in the House.
I'm saying mamas, Madam Speaker, which
please,
are allowed.
Honorable Members, can we listen? The ruling will be rendered, so just listen. Let's listen.
I know, Madam Speaker, that some of our colleagues are participating in this process for the very first time, and they might not understand. But was the Honorable Minister...
Order, Honorable Members, order, order.
Was the Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, who should have just focused on representing the appointing authority, focusing on the number of appointees whose ratifications we're dealing with, instead of going to make comparisons which he can't verify on the floor of this August House. And we expect him to be a nationalist in his submissions. Madam Speaker, I seek your very serious guidance on this matter.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Shuangandu, you were not around when the Honorable Member for Chama South and the Honorable Member for Kawambwa were debating. So the Honorable Member, Minister of Justice was just responding to the issues that were brought out by the Honorable Member for Kawambwa and the Honorable Member for Chama South. Thus, he was just reacting to that. The issue was already brought on the floor of the House. So the Honorable Minister was in order to react, to respond to those issues that were raised by the other side. So may I call upon the Honorable Member for Lukulu East to wind up debate?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank this House for having reposed its trust in us to undertake this very important task, during which we have called upon this House to ratify the 11 presidential appointments or nominees. And I also want to thank those that have made contributions, and particularly take note that on both sides of the House, all members but one have supported these nominees. Because of that, even as we proceed to put to a vote, I would like just to thank everybody and hope that it will reflect as such. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sirilos Loka, Mrs. Annie Mary Kachenga Malata Ononuju, Mr. Enias Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Geoffrey Chilufya Mulenga, Miss Mbile Muwindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanavo, Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Mabolobolo, and Miss Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judge of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the floor on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th March 2023. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Thank you. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Examination Council of Zambia Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Examinations Council of Zambia is an examining body under the Ministry of Education established through an Act of Parliament, the Examinations Council of Zambia Act number 15 of 1983, amended in 1994. Madam Speaker, the Examination Council of Zambia has operated under this Act for over 36 years and has since expanded school and teacher education examinations, catering for internal and external candidates. The Council has decentralized its services in all the 10 provinces to offer all post-examination services. Madam Speaker, the provision of such services heavily relies on public confidence and acceptability both nationally and internationally. ECZ should therefore operate within a sufficient legal and regulatory framework to guarantee public trust and acceptability. The framework should empower the Council to perform its mandate core functions smoothly and strengthen its authority to apply and enforce appropriate sanctions adequate to deter would-be offenders of examination malpractices, among others. The education reforms, the restructuring of the education system, implementation of the revised new curriculum of 2013, enactment of key legislation such as the Zambia Development Act of 2009, Qualification Authority and proliferation of ICTs, among others, have necessitated the amendment of the Act since the last amendment in 1994. Since its enactment in 1993, the Examinations Council of Zambia has first emerging challenges in conducting and managing examinations and awarding qualifications. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, the Ministry recommends the enactment of the bill, as there is no other options which exist but to repeal and replace the ECZ Act of 1983. Maintaining the status quo is not desirable, as service delivery would continue to suffer due to the weak penalties on examination malpractices, the identified omissions, gaps, and conflicts in the administration and governance setup. Therefore, enacting the Examinations Council of Zambia of 2023 will strengthen the enforcement mechanisms, address identified operational gaps, and ultimately provide quality examinations in an efficient, well-regulated, credible, and malpractice-free assessment system which will create opportunities for all Zambians. This is why I invite all members of Parliament to support this bill, which is progressive, non-controversial, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for the Chairperson of the Committee on Education, Science and Technology, the Honourable Member for Itej.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In accordance with the terms of reference set out in the Standing Orders number 197C and 198C of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Order 2021, the Committee on Education, Science and Technology was tasked to scrutinize the Examination Council of Zambia Bill number 3 of 2023 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, referred to it by the House on Thursday, on Tuesday, 28th February 2023. Madam Speaker, in carrying out this important task, your committee interacted with various stakeholders who provided both written and oral submissions. As the honorable members may be aware, the bill, Madam Speaker, it intends to repeal and replace the Examination Council of Zambia Act, Chapter 137 of the Laws of Zambia, so as to provide for the accreditation of examination centers, provide for the administration of examinations, continue the existence of the Examination Council of Zambia, and redefine its functions, and further to constitute the board of the Examination Council of Zambia and provide for its functions. And lastly, to provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, I will state from the onset that all the stakeholders who appeared before your committee, they supported the bill, with some amendment proposals as indicated in the report. The committee equally supports this bill with a few amendments that have been made. Madam Speaker, since the honorable members of this August House have had the opportunity to read the committee's report, allow me to highlight only 3 pertinent issues. Madam Speaker, the first matter concerns the functions of the Council under Clause 4 of the bill. The stakeholders submitted that although Clause 4(1)(a) of the bill appeared to limit the role of the Examination Council of Zambia to administering examinations at basic schools, high schools, and schools for continuing education, subsequent provisions under clause number 4(1)(b), C, D, and 27 of the bill seem to widen the role of the Examination Council of Zambia beyond the 3 subsectors in clause number 4(1)(a) of the bill. Stakeholders, Madam Speaker, submitted that it was important to appreciate that colleges of education were part of the higher education system, and by the provisions of the Higher Education Amendment Act of 2021, they were under the mandate of the Higher Education Authority. Madam Speaker, another matter of concern was clause number 5(1)(a) of the bill on the board of the council. The stakeholders submitted that clause 5.1a, which provided that the chairperson of the board needed to be a recognized academician in the public university was discriminatory and it must be revised. It was suggested that this provision needed to be inclusive. It was submitted that the above provision should be recast to read chairperson of the board needed to be a well qualified, respected and experienced academician with a proven good leadership record. Madam Speaker, the other matter of concern from the stakeholders was the failure by the bill under clause number 19, which provided for the appointment of examination officers to expressly state that all such appointed officers shall be remunerated for their labor. Stakeholders submitted that currently officers under clause 19.1a to D did not receive any remuneration for their labor as they conduct these examinations, and hence the need for the law to legislate that all officers appointed will be remunerated for their labor. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to place on record the gratitude of the committee to all the stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions. The committee also wishes to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support services rendered to it throughout its deliberations. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make comments on this bill number 3, that is the Examinations Council Bill number 3 of 2023. But before I do that, Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate two colleagues, one who is the current serving member of this House and the other colleague we were with in the previous session, namely Honorable Elijah Muchima, who was just qualified by obtaining a PhD from the University of Zambia and hence shall be known as Dr. Elijah Muchima. I also want to congratulate another colleague who has also gone through similar exam and will now be known as Dr. Ephraim Belemu. Both were these colleagues. I would also wish that in the not too distant future, I will be able to congratulate members standing directly opposite to me in trying to invest in themselves, particularly the young Turks in this parliament, so as to bring value and generally to prepare for themselves for future challenges. That's as it should be. Especially that we are debating an Examinations Council bill. I thought I should say that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, education, as everybody else has noticed, is the flagship program of the New Dawn administration. And in so doing, the policy seeks definitely to increase access and therefore pronouncing free education. But in so doing, it is also necessary to maintain quality in all aspects of this education delivery. And one of the tools that is used generally to evaluate the quality of education are examinations. I support the report by my colleague, Honorable Mtinta, for the fact that indeed, as the Minister also has said, this has been an old act, 1983, and therefore there are a lot of developments that have happened over the time, particularly in the area of exam malpractices, generally in the area of the whole examination administration, all aspects of it, in terms of accrediting facilities to the examination centers, ensuring that those that administer examinations do the right thing, ensuring that indeed the exam itself confers confidence to the education system and particularly to the job market. Therefore, it has come very timely and I support it. I will not be long. Madam Speaker, Even as we strengthen the conduct of examinations, it is important, particularly to the Honorable Minister, to note that for a very long time, our education sector has generally brought out the best. In so doing, we have also isolated some of those young learners who were the best in their respective institutions, and that is the reason why we created technical schools, and of note is the DK and Hillcrest. However, there has been a gap over the years that even as we isolated these young learners who were the best, at the end of the day, as soon as they finished grade 12 or from 5 those days, I have noted that there has never been any pathway to link them to those high-value institutions outside the country or to those developed countries where they could further their intellect. Instead, we have still brought them back to join the rest of their colleagues whom they left in grade 12 to go to these very important institutions. So as we continue to reform our examinations, perhaps we should emulate what some other countries did, like China, where my colleague Dr. Mwanza went to study. That over the years, some of their best students were sent. Those ones that were selected to be the best, there was a linkage or a pathway that connected them to those high-value institutions in the developed and advanced countries, such as Harvard, MIT, Princeton, Oxford, Karolinska Institute in Sweden, and so on and so forth. There are many. And then 30 years down the line, we all know where China is, because some of these learners then came back and brought some of the innovations that they learned in those countries. And if only we had done that from the time that we created DK, that we created Hillcrest, if a lot of our kids were going all over, and if they had come back with the knowledge they acquired, and I'm sure we could have been at another level. So I thought I should contribute by just urging you, Honorable Minister, to reconsider creating a pathway for some of our best students so that they can benefit from advanced countries. Madam Speaker, I support this report. It's so long overdue, and the changes that have been brought forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Now there are late indications. At the last time that I saw, the last member that had indicated was the Honorable Member for Chama South. We still have a lot of work to do. So I will just call on the Honorable Member for Chama South who had indicated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. I'm also in support of this bill and its amendments. But I would like to comment, Madam Speaker, that Examinations Council of Zambia should actually relook at its policy when it comes to students that would like to consolidate their GCE results. I say so, Madam Speaker, because the New Dawn government has actually advanced the policy of universal education access, especially at grade 12 level, where it has introduced free education. But at the moment, Madam Speaker, for one to combine or consolidate the GCE results, they are required to pay 1,000 kwacha. 1,000 kwacha, Madam Speaker, for many parents in rural areas has been a serious challenge. And actually, it is a charge which, to some extent, is in conflict with the free education policy. Another point that I would like to put across, Madam Speaker, is the issue of the content that is being examined. Honorable Minister, it's very, very important that ECZ should be synchronized with our Curriculum Development Center. Most of the times you see, Madam Speaker, I remember studying my, should be 80, 90 biology at Eucharist. We were studying a grasshopper, Madam Speaker, the legs, the parts of the grasshopper. Madam Speaker, things which have not even added value in our lives. You can imagine studying Kenyapiscus, Zinjanthropus in grade 8. If we are to ask our children, what has these things added to their lives? Madam Speaker, you'll find that when we were busy studying these things, our colleagues in Europe were learning coding and artificial intelligence. While we were busy here studying things loaded, for that matter, Madam Speaker, on why we have the longest river in Africa. Madam Speaker, this is where the problem for our development stems from. Honorable Minister, can we go into practical issues? There are those that I agree with the doctor, Honorable Kalira, who said there's need to identify talent at its earliest stage. What was the point for us to compete? I remember Honorable Anakoka running away from me at Eucharist, Madam Speaker. I know he's not in the House. What was the reason for us to compete if we cannot be isolated in terms of both educational path and career development? There are others that are highly talented when it comes to sports. Madam Speaker, you would learn that a sportsman in a month earns more income than a scientist in his entire life. These are things, Honorable Minister, which as a country we should be focusing on. What are our comparative advantage as a country? We have mining. How many of our people are able to identify our minerals? How many of them? You would find that, Madam Speaker, Sujilite is mapped in Europe, in USA, using satellite technology. While we, the owners here, we are busy examining our children on which human being is the tallest in the world. Madam Speaker, it's very, very important that these amendments should always move with time. Honorable Minister will be expecting more amendments to do with our education curriculum. We should be able to train our children at their tender age what agriculture is. What, for example, is the high value crop? We have learned. What about tourism? We have vast natural resources, but are we harnessing them? We are waiting for investors to come and do that. No wonder we are almost every day singing on attracting foreign investment. And yet, we can do these things ourselves. In order for us to achieve realistic and holistic national development, we need to start training and examining our children in topics and subjects which are applicable and practical in various regions of our country. For example, I was in Western Province, very beautiful landscape. We are talking of cashew nut, value addition. How many of our people or outgrower farmers who understand the technicalities with cashew nut preservation, propagation, and many other factors? These are the areas that we should be able to build our curriculum and examine our children on, so that we have a generation that will harness our resources, as opposed to the current scenario where we are all looking forward to our colleagues from Europe, USA, and Middle East to come and exploit our resources. I know Her Honor, Madam Speaker, Her Honor, the Vice President, will agree with me that even in Wapula, they didn't know Sujilite. They didn't know. We are told an Indian there was telling them, Park, these are the West. It's until now.
Thank you. Your time is
So,
up.
Madam Speaker, we need to examine our people on things that matter. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The two previous honorable members assured me I will not take long. And I was really relaxed. I said, okay, we'll make it. But then they exhausted all their time. The Honorable Minister of Education, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, permit me to thank the chairperson of the committee and the team for dedicating their time to scrutinize the bill meticulously. In the same spirit, allow me to thank the Minister of Justice for prioritizing drafting this critical law to promote an enabling environment for credible conduct and administering examinations through strengthening the governance and management systems with legal backing and best practices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Examination Council of Zambia Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 31st. 31st March 2023. Next order.
The Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022, committee stage.
The House will now resolve into committee.
The Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022. Clause 1, short title, any debate, any objection. Clause 1 is agreed to. Order. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2. The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 2 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3, repeal and replacement of Section 5. The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 3 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 3 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We move on to Clause 4. Clause 4, amendment of Section 7. Any debate, any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, extension of Section 9A. Any debate, any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, amendment of Section 11. The question is that Clause 6 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 6 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 6 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 6 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7, repeal and replacement of Section 12. Any debate, any objection? Clause 7 is agreed to. Clause 8, amendment of Section 14. Any debate, any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, amendment of Section 18. The question is that Clause 9 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 9 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 9 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10, repeal and replacement of Section 20. Any debate, any objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, repeal of Section 22. Any debate, any objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, repeal and replacement of Section 23. Any debate, any objection? Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, amendment of Section 30. Any debate, any objection? Clause 13 is agreed to. Clause 14, amendment of Section 32. Any debate, any objection? Clause 14 is agreed to. Clause 15, amendment of Section 36. Any debate, any objection? Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, Extension of Section 39A. The question is that Clause 16 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 16 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 16 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 16, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 16, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17, amendment of Section 41. Any debate, any objection? Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, repeal and replacement of Section 42. Any debate, any objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, repeal and replacement of Section 43. The question is that Clause 19 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 19 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 19 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 20, extension of Sections 43A and 43B. The question is that Clause 20 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 20 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 20 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 20 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 20, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21, amendment of Section 44. The question is that Clause 21 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Clause 21 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 21 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 21, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 21, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22, amendment of Section 47. Any debate, any objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, amendment of Section 48. Any debate, any objection? Clause 23 is agreed to. Clause 24, repeal and replacement of Section 49. Any debate, any objection? Clause 24 is agreed to. Clause 25, amendment of Section 50. Any debate, any objection? Clause 25 is agreed to. Clause 26, amendment of section 52. The question is that clause 26 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 26 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 26 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection, amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27. Repeal and replacement of sections 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28. Amendment of section 62. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 28 is agreed to. Clause 29. Amendment of section 66. The question is that clause 29 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 29 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that clause 29 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection, amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 29 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30. Amendment of section 70. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 30 is agreed to. Clause 31. Essential of section 72A. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 31 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that clause 31 be amended with the words as circulated. Any debate, any objection, amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 31 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 31 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32. Repeal and replacement of first and second schedules. Any debate, any objection? Clause 32 is agreed to. First schedule on page 20. Any debate, any objection? First schedule on page 20 is agreed to. Second schedule on page 22. Any debate, any objection? Second schedule on page 22 is agreed to. Long title, any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee stage with amendments. Madam, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022 with amendments.
Day for consideration of report.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Consideration of the report to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 31st March 2023. Next order.
The Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, Friday, the 31st March 2023. Next order.
The Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023. Third reading.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023.
Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Parliament Television, the House has adjourned till tomorrow at 09 hours. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor. The House on Business resumed at 14:30. Madam Speaker did begin by making an announcement, and she informed the House that the National Health Insurance Management Authority has sent to the National Assembly biometric cards for members of Parliament and staff who registered with the authority on 15th of December 2022. The cards may be collected from the National Assembly Clinic on Friday, 31st March 2023, starting at 09 hours. Honorable members of Parliament who registered but did not collect their cards are encouraged to do so tomorrow, starting at 09 hours. After that announcement, the House did consider, or should I say, Madam Speaker did render three rulings, and the first ruling Madam Speaker made was on the complaint by Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shuangandu constituency, against Member of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, who voted against the committee's report on Friday, 16th of December 2023. After that, there was also another ruling that Madam Speaker rendered on the floor of the House, and this one was on the point of order raised on Friday, 10th March 2023 by Honorable M. Haimbe, State Council, Minister of Justice, against Mr. E. Tambo, Member of Parliament for Thera constituency, for misleading the nation by alleging that the Republican President had not spoken clearly on lesbian, gays, bisexual, transgender, queer and intersex LGBTQI rights and that no action had been taken on the matter. The last ruling that Madam Speaker rendered on the floor of the House was on a point of order raised on Friday, 24th March 2023 by Ms. S.K. Mulenga, Member of Parliament for Kalulushi constituency, against Mr. L. Mwene, Member of Parliament for Mangango constituency, for alleging that the House was harboring thieves. So those are the three rulings that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day. She did permit the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources to render a ministerial statement, and Honorable Elijah Mujima did render a ministerial statement on the 15th session of the Conference of Parties, COP15, of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity from 7th to 9th December 2023 in Montreal, Canada. And we did see quite a number of members of parliament seeking clarity by asking a follow-up question to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. After that, the House did see the consideration of a motion which was moved by Her Honor the Vice President, suspend Standing Orders 27 and 115 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper on Friday, tomorrow, 31st March 2023, and all matters arising therefrom, and that on such completion, the House do adjourn sine die. And the motion was adopted. There was consideration of two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature. The first question did come from Mr. Kapianga Mpika, Member of Parliament. This was question 247. It was directed, this question, to Her Honor the Vice President. And after that, we did see the House consider government bills, and the Minister of Justice did present a bill, the Human Rights Commission, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. And this bill seeks to provide for the membership, functions, operations, and financial management of the Human Rights Commission, repeal and replace the Human Rights Commission Act of 1996, and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. The bill read the first time and referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights, and Governance to submit the report in due course. Another bill that was presented by the Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, entitled the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023, and the bill seeks to provide for the registration of valuation surveyors and regulate their practice and professional conduct, continue the existence of the Valuation Surveyors Registration Board, and rename it as the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors, and redefine its functions, repeal and replace the Valuation Surveyors Act, and provide for the matters connected with incidental to the foregoing, and it read the first time as well. Local Member of Parliament, Mr. Dr. Christopher Kalila, did move a motion, adopt report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Honorable Greenwell Malumani, Honorable Obista Musukwa, Honorable Vincent Sililo Siloka, Mrs. Anne Mary Kachenga, Malata Onojuju, Mr. Enayas Chulu, Mrs. Mwaka Samundengu Ngoma, Mr. Godfrey Chilufia Mulenga, Ms. Mbile Muwindwa Wina, Mr. Laston Mwanabo, Mr. Ian Mwanajiti Mabolobolo, and Mrs. Tumbeko Chocho to serve as judges of the High Court for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. And this document was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th March 2023. And quite a number of members of Parliament did debate, and this motion was seconded by a former Member of Parliament, Ms. Doreen Mabonga, and the motion has since been adopted. There was consideration of 4 bills, and the first bill was the Examination Council of Zambia, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, which came up at second reading, and The bill read the second time on the committee stage to be taken tomorrow, 31st March 2023. And the three bills, the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32, and the Controlled Substance Bill, the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, these bills were consolidated by Madam Speaker, and